What's up, Zach? How's it going, man? Barbecue Mike. Sorry, I didn't say hello to you when you hopped in there. How you doing, Mike? You out of California yet, or are you still there? Jesus, you just jumped to 6 like that. Rich, what's up, buddy? Call you Fuzzy now. Fuzzy Kermit. Kermit, the Fuzz's best friend. How you doing, Rich? Oh, I need something to munch on. And I have no ice cream cones. There might be one left. Ooh, never mind. I've got some. We had a safety meeting today, and there's a whole bunch of extra donuts. Hell no, still in County, California. That sucks, Mike. All is quiet here. When's the last time you got the car out, Rich? Rich, if the weather's good, I expect that car to be out at least every other day. No excuse. We have a guest. Looky here. Mr. Fuck Google. Oh, wait, that's right. Hold on. I got to go out and come back in. I don't know why. It always does that the first time.
What'd you do?
So, were you able to identify that one car that I sent you?
Which one you sent? Which one?
It's on the back window. It said something in there. There's only 2 pictures. Huh?
They don't Mopar?
I don't know. Hold on. That's your 2 good. What's going on, my toolbox brother? What's up,
right there?
Yeah.
It's an old Mopar.
Really? What is it?
It's an old Plymouth, what do they call it?
Fury?
God, what they call that car?
Is that something?
Just like it.
See, I stumped you.
I know the name of it. It just didn't come into my head.
So, Lefty, Mr. Two Guns, the other night on a live, I cracked the Zaza that I've been sitting on for over a year and a half, dude. Holy fire. As soon as I'm done with this donut, I'm going to do some of that.
What is it?
It's Toolbox.
Oh.
Exactly. The name of it's called Zaza. Lefty knows what it is.
For a year and a half.
Yeah. It was vac sealed, though. You know, the vac seal, how you do vegetables. Hey, Shell. Long time no see. Yeah. Stuff was fire, Lefty. Oh, my God. What's up, Street Fox?
Polara. It's a Dodge Polara.
A what? A Valera?
Dodge Polara. Polara.
Okay. What's up, Bachis? How's it going, man? How you doing?
That's about a 66, I would say.
Okay. Did you see that 2+2 that I sent you?
I didn't get that one yet.
Really?
Really?
Really? Mike Hall, are you just reiterating what Gary said, or did you actually know what it was? Uh-oh, that dude that doesn't like you.
Oh, man. Hey.
No, I said that's the dude that don't talk to me.
Oh, okay.
See, there's dudes, then there's dude. And that's the dude.
That's
the dudes is okay.
Asshole.
Oh, gotcha, Zach.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Did it melt your brain somewhat? It came pretty close, Victor. It was some mind-bending stuff.
What is that background echo?
You got background noise?
Yeah, like an aquarium noise.
Oh. Stupid fast truck. What's going on, buddy? When he said it. Okay.
Barbecue Mike.
So, dude, listen to this story. One time, me and my buddy, we got off work. We got done with the job. We stopped at a Potbelly on the way back to the office to get some food, and we were high as fuck.
Yeah, there's a wind noise for sure.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
it's my fan. It's my fan. It's my fan. Here, I'll move it away a little bit. Sorry. All right, so we walk into this Potbelly, and they had like one of these guys, you know, spiritual guys sitting there playing the guitar. Okay, and we walk in, and we got our, you know, theater preservation specialist shirts on. And guy gets on the mic, and I didn't even know it. I heard the music, but I didn't see him playing. I thought maybe it was, you know, recorded music they were playing or something. I didn't know. So I wasn't even paying attention. So we walk in. All of a sudden, you hear the guy over the microphone. We'd like to welcome the boys from Cedar Preservation Specialists. And he pauses for a second. He's like, I don't know what they're preserving, but it's cedar. I smoked my buddy and I'm like, started laughing my ass off when he said it. I was like, oh my God. It's like, where the fuck is that coming from? He's like, dude, there's a guy over there on the guitar. Oh, gotcha, Zach. Yeah, sorry, that's my fan. Hold on, do I have oh, you know why? Because I had it on high. There, is that better? Probably can't hear it at all now, right?
It's totally still there.
You can hear it.
It's totally still there, he said.
Sounds like a fish tank or somebody underwater or something. What's going on, Mike's garage?
What's up, Mike's garage?
That is some intense wind noise.
Are you being facetious?
No.
Oh,
I can never tell when you're not. Hold on. Is it bad still? Oh, I wonder because if I got this box here, see if that takes it away. Hold on now.
No change.
No change? The hell? It's weird.
Sounds like there's a tornado outside trying to come get you.
Yeah, in the form of an unmarked blinker.
see if it's too fast. Truck says it's bad.
It is what? It can't be that bad. It's on
Shut it off
low
for a
now.
second. See what happens. It's
Much
good now.
better.
Yeah.
It's okay. Well, now me and Zach are going to have something in common because my phone's going to start overheating probably.
Aw.
The fan's keeping your phone from overheating?
Yes, that's why I keep the fan on to keep it cool.
Oh my.
Yeah, and here's the funny part. I'm actually eligible for an upgrade, but I went to get my SIM card updated because T-Mobile is switching all the original Sprint users over to their network.
Yeah.
And I told the guy about the overheating thing, and he said, we found a couple of small pieces of plastic that were still new from the phone on the side, but he's like, oh, that might be what causing your overheating. I'm like, dude,
Does it
we're
have a
talking
cover?
this. It wasn't even, it was like this thin of a strip around the side edge of the phone. Like, I don't think that's the reason why this thing's overheating. Before I even got a chance to put my phone back in my case, because I told him, I said, the case is probably aiding and abetting in the overheating. Before I even got it in the case, he was on it for like a minute or two, and it already, you could feel the heat coming from the back of it before I even put it back in the case.
So you got it on a charger right now?
I do. And he asked that too. He said, if you have it on a charger, that'll be another reason why it overheats.
Oh, yeah.
But I said, dude, it doesn't. It wasn't on a charger when he was holding it.
But actually, these cases ain't that good for these phones.
No.
I'm not going to lie. It's bad. It's stupid fast.
Well, they make it so you have to have a case because you definitely don't want to cruise around without a case. And then the case kills the phone because of heat, so you can't win.
Yeah, exactly.
I was really good. Like every 5 years, I would get a new phone. So I went 5 years without problems. I would repair my own phones if I needed to, but I'd go 5 years. I don't like buying new phones all the time. I've had my newest phone for 2 years and it already needs replaced. And I'm like, I finally hit that wall with they're just building them to be obsolete within 2 years.
Ever shut down all the apps? What do you mean, stupid fast?
Yeah, if you shut
Well, I
down
know what you
everything
mean.
but what you're using, that'll actually lower the heat on the phone too, less processor use.
And prolong your battery.
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
Which is charging twice as hard, which is creating heat, which is, yeah.
Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that.
Jeez.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, they told me a long time ago that the more apps you run, the more your phone's going to run, the more it'll overheat, and the let the phone almost go dead before you charge it.
See, that's one thing I've really never done with. I actually shouldn't say that. I started doing it early with this phone, but now it's like I'll be working it'll go down to 70, and I'll throw it on the charger and get it back up to 100.
Yeah, see, that's not good for the battery.
The battery still lasts pretty long. I mean, it's a 2-year-old phone.
I'm just going by what they told me now.
I know. I agree.
I'm no genius.
Dudes knows all about this. I've talked to him about it.
I don't know nothing.
Yes,
what,
you do.
I'm no genius. You talk to him that I'm no genius. Is that he knows all about that?
I worked in cellular for a few years, but hey, I don't know nothing.
Had another skunk sighting last night. My dog actually learned something. I cannot believe it. He's the dumbest chihuahua in the world, but he actually learned something. Took my first dog out last night. He made it without seeing the skunk. Took the second one out, the one that got sprayed last time. He goes out about 10 feet off my patio, looks at a tree that's about 20 feet away from him. He barks once, and he doesn't even put a whole lot into it, and turns around and comes right back to me. And as he's on his way back, I see a skunk walking away from the tree. I'm like, oh, man, good. You finally learned something, you dumb little shit.
Listen, are you sure it's the dog or not the trainer?
What?
What? Hey, Chihuahuas are always willing to fight something. Those dang things are.
Yeah, dude.
Biters, dude. They got like,
and they'll
small dog,
leaf
big
blown
ego.
by in the wind.
I watch Chihuahuas go after Great Danes, and it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. My neighbor's got a black poodle that's 3 times the size of him, and he still goes after him.
We used to raise.
He'll bark at a leaf blown by.
We used to raise and breed Great Danes growing up, so I didn't know what a small dog was. Like, that's all I knew was half cows. So when I finally did end up getting a small dog when I met my wife, it was just like a night and day difference training them and everything. And I'm just like, how do you train a dog that's super small to not have an ego? Because Great Danes, they didn't need an ego. They were just the biggest dog in the room. They didn't care.
Yeah. And Zach, I agree. It's hot, dude, but no, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. I don't want my winter anytime soon.
Winter?
Because that means the car gets put away, and that's no bueno.
Yeah, I got to figure out storage again this year.
What's about living up here, dude, is that our car thing's so short.
Yep.
Well, I actually get mine, I'd say about almost as like my season of my job, like 9 months on, 3 months off. I'm usually able to drive it pretty deep into November and then get it out pretty December, January, February, March, somewhere around there.
7 months max.
We put our cars away at the end of October, the rainy season, and then we get them back out in April.
Yeah. What'd you say, dudes?
Yeah, we get about 7 months max.
You're in Iowa, right?
Yep.
What part of Iowa?
The east corner.
Are you anywhere by Des Moines or no?
No, Des Moines dead center. Davenport's sorry. I'm getting my directions wrong. Des Moines is the center. Davenport's the east side, and I'm on the west side over in South Dakota border.
Oh, you get all the good snow.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of BFE.
Yeah, Flassy, you ain't kidding, man. They'll go after a bear. They don't care. Over 100 daily for months, and I still do not want winter. Yeah.
Here's the weird thing, though. Like last year, I kept mentioning this to people. So last year it snowed 5 times where I live. Other than that, I could have driven a car all through winter. It wasn't even that cold.
Yeah.
But that's the first winter I've ever seen that happen. So
yeah, I think ours was the same because that was 2 winters ago when I actually took possession of the car because I was actually able to drive the year I got my car, December 2020. I was actually able to drive it a good amount in December because we had days in the 50s.
Yep.
Hi, Rosanna.
Yeah. Hey, Rosanna. How you doing?
I love it when people say Des Moines. It's Des Moines.
Des Moines. Did I say Des Moines?
I don't know.
Did I say Des Moines?
I had to deliver a VW bus out there, a 65 VW bus. And I'm telling you, all there is damn cornfields.
Just a few.
Just a few, like an ocean.
They actually just hit a record sale. The county just north of me. Record sale for Iowa. Per acre of ready-to-go farmland, ready to farm, $28,000 an acre.
Wow.
Yep. And they sold 70 acres in a single shot.
Hey, RAV4.
Wait, no, I did not watch Superfast. What are you talking about?
Did you see the video he made of Carmob and Mrs. Carmob?
Who, Rev?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, you gotta see. You gotta go watch it, dude.
Oh god. On Insta, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
They're possibly singing.
No, they're not. Oh, they're singing.
Dudes, I just realized your avatar is kind of the look I was giving the cop when he pulled me over.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
It's like, yeah, I wasn't doing anything in front of you.
So, dudes with wrenches, how long does it take you to grow a beard? About 2 days?
About 2 weeks. 2 weeks, I got a full beard again.
Dude, because you can shave and then like
that's more.
2 days later, it's grown back.
Oh yeah, I have this facial hair disease. So in the military, they make you shave. You can't have a 5 o'clock shower. You're supposed to, you shave every morning, blah blah blah, and they get on you about that. So about halfway through the military, I was shaving twice a day, because by the time we got to the end of the day, I looked like I hadn't shaved that day. So I would shave at about 5 in the morning and about 4 in the afternoon. So about every 12 hours. And then I finally got to the point where I was shaving my face so much, it was getting so raw, it didn't matter what I put on it, that I finally had to go to the base doctor and get a waiver. So when somebody said, "Have you shaved today?" I could show them the waiver and be like, "I have shaved today, and I'm not going to do it twice."
Really?
Yep.
Damn. I'm glad.
See what Rav said there, dudes?
Beard is like Amazon. It's next day.
And then Victor, his profile pic looks like a serial killer.
Like a serial killer. All right. Well, we're gonna have to go. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Now that's the Charles Manson look right there.
Oh yeah. We're putting bodies in bags. This is the picture we're going with. It puts the lotion on.
He does kind of have that Unabomber look, stupid presidents.
Here's my 70s look. Do.
Yeah.
You look like the guy that's on that movie where what the hell?
Like that
where
guy.
the guys get married and they all get together.
Oh, Zach Galifianakis.
There you
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's like, okay.
Yep, that's it. Hangover.
There you go. Super Troopers.
Super Troopers.
Is that actually you?
That's me.
Wow. Hold on. Jesus, dude, that's holy crap. I wouldn't recognize you if you look like that.
Oh, I love doing it. See, I can grow a beard. So you grow this beard and you look ridiculous, and then you shave it, and then everybody comes out of the woodwork. Hey, I didn't even recognize you. It's like, oh, cool.
That's why I always say dudes with wrenches, because when you shave, you look like a whole different dude.
It could be multiple dudes.
Now you look homeless living under the overpass.
It's executive me.
Oh my God, what? Dude. All right, dudes. I can officially say that if you ever go on the lam and you're on the run and you're wanted by the law, you will have no problem.
Oh yeah.
Not being recognized.
Dye my hair, just change it up. And the worst part is, like, I meet so many people that are like, "You're like a guy I know. You look just like him." I'm like, I bet I don't.
Looks like Borat. Yeah, it's probably the same here, Zach. Since before the start of summer. Hey, at least it's still working. Don't knock it.
There you go. That picture, I shaved my head and my beard at the same time.
Wow. See, now on that one, you almost look like Kurt Warner. You know who he is?
Kurt Warner. Nope.
Former NFL quarterback for the Rams.
Yeah, you lost me at quarterback.
Huh. He was the grocery bag clerk quarterback. What's up, Tim Sweeney?
Tim Sweeney.
Oh, yeah, that guy grows a pretty distinguished beard. I could go with Kurt Warner look.
Sean, are you asking me if I have to crash early? Not tonight. I'm probably not working tomorrow, so
I didn't work today. I had windows put in. The rest of my windows put in today.
Yes, Victor. He's the man of many faces.
The man of many faces.
Appreciate it, Tim.
You must have been a young guy there.
That's
Whoa. He's just going through a gamma here. He's got a fold on him.
I got a whole avatar folder.
Jesus. Dude, seriously. And in every single one of these, you look like a different person.
It looks like he was the young guy there.
Man of many faces. Yeah, that was me at about 21.
How old are you now?
38.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Dan, you still a baby.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, sure. That makes me feel better because that gives me time to complete all the things I'm definitely not going to get done by the time I die.
Sure.
I've had that discussion. Like, my father has the same affliction I have, and we own too many things that'll never happen. But we dream a lot. And, yeah, like I could put together all the projects with current vehicles I own and figure in like a 3-year build time on each one. And I'm going to be 105 before they all get done.
Huh. Who the hell is Benjamin Button?
Oh, yeah. He's a guy that went backwards to movie. So he was born old and then became young as he got older.
Yeah, Brad Pitt.
Never heard of that.
No, it's a decent
It's actually a
movie.
pretty good movie.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Some of my pictures still coming through or no?
No, that's my wife texting me.
Uh-oh. You're in trouble.
If you want a serial killer's picture, I got one of those. Let me find it. I got the computer in front of me. Tape.
You know what? She just texted me. She just texted me that they're having another car show where I got an argument with that guy because we're Carmine parked.
Oh, boy. You going back?
Yeah, they got good food. You know,
Okay.
he just see the guy didn't get it, but that's where Carmine was told to park. When he come out there running his mouth, I just ran my mouth right back at him.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? You know, he was told to park there, so don't come out here and start giving this guy shit because there's other car places we can go to.
Yes, RAV4, there's a film I haven't seen. There's a few of them.
I've watched too many movies. I'll say that.
Same with me.
I have insomnia issues, and I just watch just horrible movies. And that's the worst part. Like, I become committed to anything I'm doing. Like, I've already watched 20 minutes of this. We're here now.
So you've never actually got up and left a movie theater?
Okay, so I have left 2 movies ever. First one being Fast and the Furious 2. And the second one being The Matrix 2.
Okay.
Oh, that movie sucked bad.
The second I watched it for almost 3 hours and got the hint that we were going to go all to be continued, I walked out. I was like, nope, I'm not waiting another year. I don't care. I'm not watching the third one. You've lost me. I'm done.
All right, we're going to try this again. Hopefully it doesn't get too loud.
That's a bad picture. What are we doing here?
Is it bad?
No, you're good.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, there's the picture I was looking for.
No comment on the sleep. Yeah, exactly, RAV4.
There's the picture. That's the one they're going to show when I go on my shooting.
Victor, you're funny. I take a lot of crap. I just don't take it in person.
Yes, you do. You've taken some from me because you've given plenty.
Yeah, when people get violent, though, I ain't.
No, yeah, no.
Yeah. I have this cool and calm collectedness that the military taught me, that when things start going down, I just get really quiet and really calm. And then people get kind of like really intimidated by that, so it works out real well.
It's the calm before the storm, man.
Yep. It's like, all right, if we're doing this.
You know, I did training in martial arts and stuff like that, and they said never overreact on anything because it makes it matters worse.
Well, you panic. If you're getting all hyped up, you go into a fight or flight response, and you're actually flighting and you don't realize it.
Right.
Because my wife, she's a doctor, and there's things that we ran into that have happened where it's like, oh, you got to administer CPR right in the middle of something, and like she has a response where even though she's a doctor, she kind of panics a little, like she doesn't expect things. Where I'm the absolute opposite. Once something starts going down, it's like the switch flips and it's just calm and collected, and things need to happen.
And know your surroundings. That's the big thing. Calm down, relax, and know your surroundings, so that way you can take care of what you got to take care of, one way or the other.
So wait, dude, did you ever show us your the one you dubbed the serial killer avatar or no?
Yeah, I'm trying to edit my avatars. I got too many in the vault.
Oh, okay.
So I got to get rid
I
of one
stay away
to add
to watch
another.
the blind. There's gentle voice and leather skin. Sends me leather skin.
Whoa.
How would my skin have anything to do with putting you to sleep that you can't even see most of?
That's intense.
Oh my god.
Can I add another one?
Victor. He's like, I couldn't resist. There's an animated person from the Avatar.
It's not going to let me do the whole picture. I'm going to get a half cut. There we go. Apply. See what it does.
Well, you've had that Camaro since you was a young guy, didn't you? Well, you are a young guy. What am I doing?
Oh my god. That's the Hannibal Lecter look right there.
I will take $1 million.
That's the straight up like the picture they show after a mass shooting. That's the one they would pick out. You ever notice that whenever like they start telling a story about a crazy guy, they pick out like the craziest looking picture possible? Like he had no normal pictures. We got to see the crazy one. Wax on.
I'm not bothering you guys emptying my piggy bank, am I?
Not at all.
Way better than that fan.
Oh my god.
So that Camaro right there, I've had that Camaro since 2019. So no, not that long.
Oh, I thought you had that car for a long time.
No, no.
Look at the brows on this guy.
I am a man who manicures his brow, because if I don't manicure my brows, it becomes a brow.
A unibrow?
Oh yeah.
I've gotten pretty lucky with that over the years. Although my hair on these things goes my hair grows pretty fast too.
So here's a crazy story. Like I let my hair grow out real long. I had it down to about the middle of my back, beard down to about the middle of my chest for a while. And like my beard will actually grow up to about the top of my cheekbone if I don't trim it. And I'll actually get little hairs that grow on the tip of my nose.
On the outside?
Yeah.
You got the werewolf syndrome, dude.
Yeah, dude.
It's
Teen
bad.
Wolf over here.
Because my wife will walk up and pluck them out, and I'm like, what? And she goes, that was on the tip of your nose. And I'm like, huh, all right.
I'll get them like on the inside part here. I'll have them grow out, but that's about it.
Dude, that would like hurt.
What?
Plucking the hair off the end of your nose.
I know.
Ah, no, it's all good.
I guess it'd be like a blackhead, huh?
Yeah, you don't feel it.
What are you doing with your change in your piggy bank anyways?
Counting it.
You mean?
Are you counting it?
No. I'm just going through the pennies.
Oh,
looking for any
like a good one?
Yeah.
These are pennies that I found in cars. And I just throw them in the bank, and every now and then I go through them and see what,
We bought our kids little piggy banks. Well, I think the bank gave them to us, actually. Little plastic see-through piggy banks, like size of your fist. They weren't real big. And when they were little kids, we'd throw all of our change in them, and they filled up pretty quick. And I was like, well, that's kind of whatever. So then we kind of went down the road of how do you buy a bigger piggy bank? And we couldn't really find a big one. And I finally found this. It's a yard ornament. So it looks like it's the size of a beach ball, and it's a big pig with like a little teeny head, and you set it out in your yard, and it's made out of like plastic. And I bored a hole in it, and I put a slot in the top, and we started putting money into it. And when that thing got full, you couldn't move it. Like it was so heavy.
Oh,
just like, let's go grab this boulder. And I don't think we've counted it in years, but I know there's like $100 bills in there.
I've actually got one of those, and I found it on a job site back in the early 2000s. huge Canadian Club whiskey bottles with the cork top.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are pretty cool.
But yeah, we used to take the water jugs and use them for piggy banks.
Yep.
And then they would get full. Then we'd have to roll them down the thing and get them and sell them. And there's times I've had $300, $400, $500 in them.
Yep. Yeah, I've thought about doing coin collecting. I've watched a lot of people find some pretty valuable coins just going through stuff they have, and it's like I should do that. And then it's like, nah.
It's like it's gonna take me 4 hours. I ain't doing that.
I'm so bad. Like my buddy, he'll give exact change for everything, right? I don't do that. So like whenever I get change back, I'll just give it to him. And he's always like, why do you always give me all your change? I said, I don't want to carry it around. It's just, and then I started just calling it peasant money. I was just like, here's your peasant money.
Cooking with Chris Carmob. What is going on, my YouTube friend?
Yes, I did get pulled over on the way home from the car show, Nicole.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, so we'd always pop out the back seats and stuff for these cars when they'd come into the junkyard, and we would scoop change out of there. Sometimes we would find dollars and $20 and always found money in them. We
had a 99 Chevy pickup, had a bad transmission. The guy said, tranny's out. He left it sitting in this lot for a while, and my brother-in-law worked in the adjacent lot, so they were going to come tow it, and we said, hey, who owns that? We'll talk to the guy and we'll see if we can buy it off him because the truck looks pretty decent. And he told us transmission's out. It's been parked there because it doesn't move. So we're like, we'll give you $50 for the truck. It'll save you on the tow charge. And he goes, okay, that's fine. He took the $50. We went over, poured some tranny fluid in it, and drove it home. And we're like, this tranny's fine. Like, I don't know what's wrong with it. So then we kind of took it around the block a few more times, let it warm up, and the tranny showed its true colors real quick, stopped shifting. So we're like, oh, tranny's out. So we went on the path of, we only got $50 into it. Let's fix it. So we pulled the tranny, rebuilt the tranny, stuffed it back in there. But it had been mice infested real bad. So the whole interior was just nasty.
Oh.
And we started cleaning the interior, and we pulled it all the way down to the metal, pulled the carpets out, cleaned the carpets, the seats, tore out the whole dash, cleaned out all the mice nests. It didn't cost us anything, just our time. But when we tore apart the interior, we actually found about $150 in change and loose bills. So it was always funny because, like, this is a free truck.
Yeah.
And some of the bills, there was two $20 bills in there that the mice had chewed up and like pulled into a nest. And I put them in a Ziploc bag, and they were just nasty bills. But there was enough of them that I took them to the bank, and the bank's like, well, can we inspect it? I said, you probably don't want to touch it. I just kind of gave them the Ziploc bag, and they gave me a new $20 bill, and I was like, all right, sweet.
Yeah, nope, they'll do that. I had a $100 bill. The end of it was ripped off, and I took it in there, and they gave me a new $100 bill.
Yep.
See what Victor said? He said he knew someone who buried $10K and it was destroyed from water damage. Oh my God. I would cry.
There was actually a story here in Iowa. This elderly gal, her husband had passed away, and she had an old barn, and she hired a roofing company to come re-roof the barn. So they came in and tore off all the metal and put new metal on, etc., to save the barn. Well, then shortly after, people that worked for the roofing company were trying to exchange outdated and old bills for new bills. And then they started tracking where these bills came from because it was a large amount of money. And then they come to find out these bills were all given to the husband of the gal that had the roof replaced. He had taken coffee cans and he stuck them in the rafters of the barn, just full of cash. And nobody knew they were there. So when the roofers came to do the roof, they took all the cans and didn't tell her. So then they actually prosecuted him for theft and gave the money all back to the lady.
Really?
Yep.
So when there was a house next door to the junkyard, and the gentleman that lived there, he didn't have no family or nothing like that. So when he got ill, I was taking him to the doctor and stuff like that. And so he left me the house when he passed away. And when we pulled the carpet out of that house, he was afraid that he was going to get taxed on the money that he his money he got for his retirement.
Yep.
And he had all his checks, thousands and thousands of dollars under that carpet where he had stashed the checks under there and never cashed them.
Now what do you do with that?
There's nothing. We took it to the bank. Yeah. There's nothing you could do.
Yeah, it's like you're not him, so.
Sure. Well, my name was on his bank account.
Oh, okay.
So we took it up there, and because, like I said, he didn't have no family. I was the only one that was around that would help him, And So he trusted me and stuff like that. But after he passed away, I had, you know, I put his ashes and stuff with his wife and everything. So we started cleaning out the house, and all those checks was under that carpet. He had never cashed thousands and thousands of dollars.
See, it was right when 2020 hit. My mother-in-law actually passed away in 2019. So when 2020 came along and everybody started getting the stimulus checks, we didn't qualify for stimulus checks. So I guess good for us. But we got a stimulus check because my wife was on all my mother-in-law's estate, and it was for her. They actually were sending out stimulus checks to her, and it's like, she passed away. And they're like, well, don't cash the check then. I'm like, well, who do we send the check back to? Because I don't want anything to do with this check for a deceased person.
Right.
Yeah, it was a big hassle to finally just contact them and be like, we don't want this. Who do we send it back to? Take away the money. Like, I want to make sure that we don't get in trouble here for taking a check that we could cash because our name's on all the accounts, but it's for a person that's deceased.
Yeah. So the checks that I got is what I did. I took them all back to the bank, you know, and she says, what do you want to do? Deposit them? I says, I'm not sure if we can. And then they just kept the checks. They destroyed them.
Hey, Amanda, how you doing?
I'm getting more pictures. I just got them of a Bonneville. I think that's probably about a 66 or so.
That's the one that said 2+2 on it. Said it had a 421 in it.
Yep.
Yeah, 421. What did they call that motor? Oh, I have one of those motors. Dang it.
But that's a badass engine.
Yep. They actually put the 421 in Firebird. It was a dealer option. You could actually get it installed, and the 428.
Well, the 428 was mostly for the race cars, though, weren't they?
Yep, specifically built. 421. The 421, it was both. So early on in the 60, 62 through like 66, they were using the 421. But then by 67, 69, they went to the 428.
Yeah, the 428s are very, very rare.
Correct. Yeah, Pontiac 428s, or the Pontiac overhead cam inline 6 was a good one too.
Oh, I know, dude. We got a car in the junkyard one time that was hitting the rear end, and they had that overhead 6-cylinder with a 4-barrel on it.
Yep.
Man, that thing was tough.
Yeah, and those things are super rare. Like, those are actually really valuable now.
Yeah, we junked them.
Yeah. See, I had a 63 Pontiac Bonneville, and it had a blown 389 in it, and we actually built a 421 for it.
Really?
Yep.
Gary's like, I've had enough of this.
Well, I'm fine, dude. I'll make a video out of it.
There's still other ones I haven't sent you, but
yeah, like I made a video out of that other one. It turned out pretty good. I added a couple of my pictures in there though, but
yeah, I tried to get more centered pictures this time. I mean, the ones I did last time weren't bad, but I tried to do this time a really good job of centering the car in the photo.
I don't know why you don't put it together and do a video.
Because I don't know how to make a video of pictures. I know, I'm a moron. Everybody insert a laugh at Sublime joke here. Okay.
No, it's easy.
I just don't know how to do it. I've never done it. Dude's just like, really?
You got Movie Maker, right, on your phone or anything like that?
He's like editing 101.
Here's a question for you. I can throw this by everybody in the chat here and you guys. So I'm kind of running up to the point where I'm just tired of some of the comments I'm getting with some of my shorts. Not that I care, but it's aggravating. And I'm just not going to read them anymore, which sucks because I like to read the comments, but I just get tired of all the negative people. But I want to start doing some videos that essentially is like a picture show with me talking about the pictures, to do some like fun facts about cars. I don't know. I just don't know if that's going to go over well as a visual compared to what I've currently been doing.
I think it'd be awesome because first and foremost, you got a lot of knowledge. So not only when you're doing it on certain cars and stuff like that, people are definitely going to look at it and they can learn stuff about cars.
Yeah, because I mean, like, just for instance, we could talk about the 421. The 421 was put in Bonnevilles as a factory drag car. I mean, those big body Bonnevilles were used in drag racing with the 421 factory to run factory drag racing classes. And they'd acid dip front ends. They would do a lot of crazy stuff with those cars to make them lighter, even though they were a huge car.
And like they did that with the old Fords and stuff like that, with
Yep.
the aluminum floorboards and stuff like that, so that way
Well,
they could light them up.
You could do a whole thing on the Ford Fairlane Thunderbolt. I mean, those cars were insanely cool. And the fact is, that was the up-and-coming performance car in 64. And then in 65, they came out with the Mustang, so the Fairlane got knocked off the table.
Yeah, but yeah, like I says, is that right there would be really cool because it documents what you know. It documents your car. So later on, you can always go back and look at it yourself and say, okay,
See what Victor said here? How about that 65 Buick Riviera with the 425 and dual fours?
Yeah, Wildcat motor.
The Wildcat motor, which turned into a Cadillac engine.
Yep.
Cat just jumped. The Lego bonkers car is cool.
But yeah, I mean, you got enough knowledge about these cars that would be perfect, really.
I don't know. I don't know everything. And, I like to double check. Like, I know some stuff, but I always like to look it up before I start saying it. So it's like, I just double check my own knowledge, do the research. Like, okay, I do know what I'm talking about. And then I say it. So when I say something and somebody comes at me like, you don't know what you're talking about, you're an idiot. I'm just like, all right, well, you have the internet too. So.
Right. But like I says, and it also something that you could always go back to yourself,
Yep.
Just for you, Rav.
It's one of my biggest, I'm not going to call it a pet peeve. It doesn't bother me. I'm not going to let it bend me out of shape by any means, but it's just like, I feel like if you're a troll, I can respect the fact that you're a troll. Like you say something funny or dismissive. It's like, all right, cool. This guy just wants to be a troll. I'm fine with that. Good for him. But when you come on and you want to claim that you know something that is not factual and you're telling me I'm not factual when the internet is just as easy for you to look it up than me, and you're willing to come online and say I'm wrong when you can easily look it up and know you're wrong, I don't know what to do with that.
Well, and that's the thing, but sometimes, and I can say, some people misunderstand what you say.
Correct.
And they're not sure what you said. Yep. Because they're thinking that, like if I say 351 Cleveland to 351 Windsor, well, those are two different engines. But a 400 and a 351 modified and a 351 Cleveland are basically the same family. Then they go back thinking I'm talking about a Windsor and I'm totally wrong. Then I say Google's full of shit.
Yeah.
As soon as you said 351, I knew exactly where this was going.
Oh yeah. You know how long it took me? Like, I was never a big Ford guy, but like I have a buddy who is, and when I started getting into Fords, I was so confused with 351s, big block, small block. It's just like, what are these? There's a lot of information there within Ford Motors to understand exactly what you're talking about.
There is, but I mean, the difference alone, people think when you say 351, they automatically think Windsor.
Yeah.
Because not many people know about a Cleveland. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And then like my grandfather, he used to run dirt track cars, and they used to build what they call Cleabores. And they'd put the whatever heads on this motor and do all this stuff. And like he said, they'd overheat like crazy because they didn't have the right water jackets, but they'd breathe really good.
Well, they had to, is what they did is they learned over the years to drill the water jackets out. So that way they could run cooler. But that's a great engine.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Like I remember having them in the dirt track cars. And like he said, you'd run a 10-lap heat. You just cool it down at the end of the heat. So it overheating wasn't a huge issue. It wasn't good, but you dealt with it.
Victor, I like all Mustangs. It's just it. I like them all.
I don't like Cobra 2s or Mustang 2.
I remember as a kid, they told me 312 Cleveland was made in Ohio and the Windsor was made in
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kentucky Fried Chicken's all made in Kentucky. So.
And delivered to Michigan.
Yeah.
Shell, that's funny.
A Windsor with Cleveland heads is a cleaver, man. It was basically what it come down to. The Boss 302 with Cleveland heads on it.
Yep.
I love how Mavstain Fred, every time he always comes into the chat, his first comment is always dropping a little bit of knowledge. It's like, hey, I'm here. And by the way, that's the 351 with the 350
But
Cleveland.
you know the coolest thing about this is that we all got a little bit of knowledge and we all share it with each other. So that way we all learn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'll be the first one to say, if somebody has some actual knowledge that maybe I don't know, I welcome it. So I do get upset at people that want to be all like, nah, you're wrong. I don't accept your knowledge. And it's like, okay, that's fine.
Well, that's fine.
Show that one that I just sent you, Gary. Check this out, guys. This is I'm guessing, imaginary 1500 wide body kit for a GT 500. And of course, it's the right color.
Wide body kit. What does that mean?
What?
Imaginary wide body kit?
Well, like what it could look like.
It's kind of a prototype.
Yeah. Show the back.
That thing is low.
Yeah. Low and mean.
It's actually kind of cool looking.
Isn't it?
Oh, wow.
Is that thing bad or what?
That is a heck of a spoiler with a wing on top of it.
Yes.
Gary.
We're going to double wing ding this thing.
So, yeah, like I said, though, I mean, we can all learn a little something from each other. You know, right, wrong, or indifferent. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and I don't know, before the internet was a thing, I used to subscribe to all the Car Crafts and Super Chevy and all those magazines, and that's all I used to read. So I think a lot of people have lost some knowledge because it's so easy to look it up on the internet and just forget it versus actually being interested in learning that stuff.
Hey, look, I'm going to tell you something. I learned most of that stuff sitting on the toilet reading Car Craft.
Yep, exactly.
Or Hot Rod. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got some of my best reading sitting on the toilet.
Yep, and it's just sad that those publications have kind of gone away.
Because the internet's killed a lot of things. Prices and everything else, really.
Yeah, because my dad used to have that stuff since, way back. So you get to read all the old stuff, I don't know.
I remember I used to go into Reader's Digest, and I can't remember what it was for. I don't know if it was for like the joke of the day or something.
Oh, they always hit good jokes.
Yeah. The old Reader's Digest. You remember that, dudes? The Reader's Digest?
Reader's Digest. I remember, no.
Yeah, he's probably a little young for that. Gary, I'm sure you remember those.
Yeah, you telling me I'm old?
Like a magazine?
I know, I'm saying we're old. I'm not excluding you. I'm on the boat with you.
So being excluded right now.
Well, this is the one thing I'd want to be excluded from.
Well, that's the worst part about it is as I become older, I start realizing, and that's why we said, I get these angry comments in some of these short videos of just like, well, it's common sense. Oh, that's just stupid. Why you just, well, there's a lot of younger people that just don't know this stuff. And it may seem like common sense to everybody in the room, and it just seems dumb, but I always go with the keep it simple, stupid, because if you get too much into these cars and start explaining really intense facts, you lose a bunch of people that aren't interested in that. But they may not know all the basic stuff because they don't get to be around old cars.
Yep.
Like, it kind of puts some perspective on it. I did a video, and this guy comes in and he goes, how bold of you to think that any of us are going to be able to own an old car? And I'm just like, what? Because I own a lot of them. Yeah. And I've never felt that it was an impossible thing to acquire. But to some people, I guess it is.
Well, that's the thing of it is that I was raised up my whole life around cars.
Yep.
And at one point in my life, that's all I knew was cars and how to cut grass. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, that was it. But, then I got a job where I'm at now and I learned machining and stuff like that. But still, the car part of me is never going to go away because that's what I was raised up in.
Exactly.
Look at Stupid Fast. I remember looking at the booby pics in National Geographic. Yes, Stupid Fast. Yes.
Free pornography.
Now we got together.
Kim, how are you?
Good. I saw Miss Kim walk behind you.
She did walk behind me.
I had gathered the parts to put 2-barrel, 351 heads on 302, B&A track.
Are you walking now or are you at home?
Who, Gary?
Yeah.
He's at home.
Oh.
I'm at home. They finished my windows today, so I stayed home.
Ah,
Kim can't stay home because she's got her new job. So
Street Fox,
yeah,
hello.
Matt, Mr. Sublime almost went to jail today, tonight.
No, I didn't.
Mm.
that was wishful thinking on Kim's part.
Look at Rap 4 says, hey, Kim, nice top.
Oh, I had top on.
Yeah, no melon gate today, thank you.
Say goodnight to everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Later, Kim. Have a good night.
Good night.
She's in her jammas. She can't be seen.
And their jammies.
She's in her jammies.
Are those the Snake Shelby pajamas?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh,
I find it, people that choose to be ignorant about things, that's their right. I don't care.
Well, I always try to keep an open mind, but sometimes when a person's wrong, a person's wrong.
Yeah, and I try to be like, it doesn't make any difference if I prove somebody wrong. You know, it doesn't change anything. Like when I start discussing something that's important to me to somebody, and somebody has an absolute opposite opinion, I don't give up on the conversation, but I don't try to push my view because I know it's not going to matter.
Right. No, you're
It's
exactly
just
right.
not worth the hassle.
So there's to the Bat Cave, to the toolbox.
because that's where we're going. To the toolbox.
To the toolie box.
To the Zaza.
There's
Almost like Zsa Zsa Gabor, but it's not Zaza.
Jacques Gabor.
professional me.
Green Acres is the place to be.
Farm living is the life.
Oh, see, now you know that. That's all
Land
cool.
spreading out so far and wide. That show I thought was awesome because it coexisted with Petticoat Junction, and they would actually cross over episodes without you knowing.
Yes, yeah.
I thought that was amazing for TV to do.
Didn't Happy Days used to do that a little bit with Laverne and Shirley?
Yes.
Yeah,
But they didn't make a big deal about it. Like, you just had to pay attention to it.
yeah. Yep.
See, my grandmother
shit, I
loved
need
those
to paper.
shows, if that makes you feel any better.
Wait, what, dudes?
So my grandmother loved those shows, and she'd play them
Oh.
on repeat 24/7. And I grew up in a house with my grandmother.
Wait a
And
minute, dudes. How old are you?
38.
My oldest son's 38. Holy shit.
Huh. Now you really feel old, Gary.
I get it, man. I started real young.
Oh, that's a picture right there. Oof. My wife will kill me if I put this picture up because she's in it, but oh, that is an old picture. We're gonna do it anyway. Do. Get rid of that one. Go to that one. That one. Delete. Add. That one.
So, dudes, what you were saying is like, you know, you had grandma who used to watch that 24/7 all the time, and that's why you know about it. The exact same reason why I know all kinds of words to all kinds of country songs that I don't like.
Oh, my wife country.
That's true. See, my grandmother used to listen to like records. She had this huge record collection, but it was kind of neat because it was all like old country and a lot of trucker music. So, like, I listened to a lot of C.W. McCall growing up.
My grandma did nothing but smoke cigarettes and cook food and grease that deep.
There you go. There's really young me.
You're a
Wow.
young man there.
I've been married too long. That's my problem.
So,
I've been with my wife as long as you are old.
honky tonk. So when I've been with her longer than Yeah, that's exactly what I am. Mavs thing. I'm the exact same thing. In fact, 30. Yeah, I've been with my employer a lot longer than some of the employees have been alive.
Right. Destroyer, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Destroyer?
Destroyer.
10 millimeters for everyone.
So I got to really check out Destroyer's Mustang because I haven't checked it out because last week I was down in Detroit all week. And
So I'm a little lost on that because I haven't been paying very good attention. The Mustang's definitely in his garage. I have noticed that. So I'm going to let Destroyer explain. Is he switching back? I know the Dart's still his.
He's keeping his Dart tails too. He's having some work done on it. But the Mustang, I think he just bought. So I'm not sure. He needs to get up here and explain it.
Yeah.
He said, he's picking up the Dart tomorrow, he said.
I need explanations.
Yeah, we all do. Get up here, Destroyer, young man.
Destroyer, you've been summoned. And not for court. So Destroyer, oh yeah, you saw the title, I'm sure.
Look how dirty my hands are from just playing with this change.
What's up, 4 Blue?
Money is filthy.
You look like 4 Blue with those hands. Those are 4 Blue hands.
He's got a video tomorrow that's going to drop with explanations.
Oh,
right.
okay.
Maybe. Where'd you read that? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I know why. He always gets like the chat like about 3 seconds ahead of everybody else. I don't know how he does it.
I don't know. I'm like, there it is right there, but you just said it. Whatever.
Who does? Who gets the chat?
You.
You do.
I use live chat and I use YouTube. That's why.
Oh, that's
So am
probably
I.
why. I'm looking at
yeah.
I use
Yeah.
the pop-up
Chat.
chat for YouTube and the live chat.
Oh, I gotcha.
Gotcha. Doo-doo.
Oh God, that tastes so good.
Okay.
Oh, freaking Zaza is just amazing.
Having a moment here. Don't worry about me.
I hate that old twangy country.
I don't know. Some of that old twangy country is better than a lot of this new country that I don't.
Mm.
I guess, you guys are a little older than me. So at what point do you start feeling old with music? Like, do you listen to any new music? Because I don't.
No.
Yeah, something like 5 Finger Death Punch and 3 Days Grace and stuff like that. Sure, I'll listen to that.
I can't. I'm
Oh,
so
yeah.
over new music.
It just I like the old music. I'm not saying I don't listen to the new music, but I would much rather listen to the older.
Well, welcome back, Stupid Fast.
I used to listen to the radio a lot, and you get some new music where you're like, oh, this isn't so bad. And then I got Pandora when it started being real popular, and then I could just listen to whatever I want. And now I'm like, I can't listen to the radio anymore. I guess I'm not being forced to listen to anything new, so I just don't accept it.
Yeah, I'm a product of the radio, and I hate to admit it, but I will.
Yeah, because if I probably listened to the radio, I'd probably be like, oh, this isn't so bad, and I'd enjoy it, but I don't have to do that. So.
But I'm going to tell you, when I get the 70 Mach 1 or the 21 Mach 1 or even my wife Shelby, I really just listen to the exhaust.
Dun. He's got a fan on too.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Is it super loud? Hold on, I'll turn it off.
Dun 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 dun. No, it's not loud at all.
It's not as bad as Sublime's.
Yeah, it's not my fan,
Just kind of explain now.
It's got a car cover on the Mustang.
Since you're up here, might as well just explain a little bit now there, little spark plug.
And rubber mats. I like how
He
well
couldn't
this
hear
car
you.
is being
He took his
taken care of.
headphones off. Hold on. Say it now, Gary.
Since you're up here, you might as well do a little explain it now, little spark plug.
You'll see. If I show up with a Camaro tomorrow, would you guys shit your pants?
No.
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 I'd be sad a little because I don't know what Camaro would be cooler than either one of the things you have. So
I might shit my pants, but it probably wouldn't be because of the Camaro.
I wouldn't shit my pants because I love them all.
No, me too. No, that would be the trifecta if I could throw a Camaro in there. But
yeah.
no, explanations happening tomorrow.
If you showed up with like a C8 Corvette or something like that, I'd be like, dude, why?
Sometimes
I'm done. Sorry, go ahead, dudes.
Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I just think to myself, man, who shit in my pants?
That wasn't there when I went to bed.
It wasn't me.
Somebody
it.
snuck in here. Oh,
Somebody snuck in here and pooped in my pants.
yeah.
That's terrible.
It's
Terrible.
true. It's got the Kmart blue light special going on in the background there.
Hey, it's the Ford Blue. I got to have it on one more day before the Mopar comes back in here.
Oh boy, where's the Ford Blue going when that comes back?
Where the dart's at.
Yeah, they're exchanging locations.
Oh, okay.
I do like the fact that he's got like the cushy mat rubber things down and the cover. This car is on a pedestal back there.
It's as nice as it can be.
All wrapped in a blankie.
If you don't, dust builds up
Oh, yeah.
immediately sitting out here. I mean,
What's
Yeah,
up,
you were
Ralph?
showing that. I saw that short with the Haboob or whatever it was.
every night we've had them. Every night.
No way. I'd be covering everything with that floating around.
Oh, yeah. I haven't washed my truck in like 2 weeks because it's one
Why?
after another.
Yeah.
Rattle Trap, what's going on, buddy?
I get
What's
mad
up,
when
Raptor
it
Trap?
rains, let alone a dust storm.
Yeah, and when it rains here, the dust is in the rain. So it's like brown paint spots all over everything.
Well,
See-
up here in Detroit, it rains dirt.
Yeah.
See, everything I got sent
Who's
out of
that
my parents' farm, because they live on a gravel road and the way the wind direction goes, you got to keep things on the wrong side of different buildings and trees, or you'll come out there after a week and be like, why is there 2 inches of dirt on this?
Right.
So, Rattle Trap, long story short, I was coming home from a car show. I got a little spirited and was doing a little, sewing a sweater, making a couple lane changes through traffic to get home, have a little fun. A Karen decided to call the fuzz and say there's a lime green car with white stripes driving, all through lanes and looking to race people. And then I get into Naperville, which is one of the posh towns.
Ooh, Naperville.
Unmarked cop is sitting in a lot. He got the report, saw that I had no front plate, which gave him probable cause to pull me over. So he
See?
pulls me over, and he's like, 2 things. You got no front plate, and we got a report of a lime green Mustang with white stripes trying to race people and making all kinds of lane changes. I'm just like, I said, okay. The plate, I purchased it in Tennessee where there was no front license plate law. The other thing, I wasn't looking for racing. Was I driving spiritedly? Probably yes. But was I looking for a race? No. And because I was upfront with him, he basically just wrote me a warning. He said, as long as my driving record's good, I'll just give you a warning for the front plate, which is basically what he did. What's up, Seaman?
Nice.
You just said Naperville and you explained it all. I am not a regular visitor of Illinois.
Yeah.
And the 3 times I've been to Naperville, I was pulled over every single time because I had Iowa plates.
Yep.
Because they
Yeah.
were just straight up like, you're not from here, boy. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. So you got a tail light out here.
It's like being in Michigan and driving into Ohio.
Well, I think Naperville, for as much time I spent in Illinois around Chicago and Naperville, I think they're very protective of their location because of the people that could be coming in from other areas. So I'll
Very
give them that
possible.
credit. They're doing their job, I guess.
Rattle Trap, when you said don't say shit, I actually was upfront with him, and he said, I asked him, I said, well, when was my most recent ticket locally? And he's like, I didn't even run your record. He's like, you've been upfront with me since the beginning. He's like, I didn't even run your record. So I'm just going to give you a warning here.
funny
And then
thing
he
is
started
about
asking what's,
I'll be right back. I have to wash my hands before I do something stupid like pick my nose or something.
Ew, that's got
All
to
right.
stink.
So obviously you have a very descriptive car. If somebody could call in and just say, hey, lime green, white stripes, we get it. But like
Yeah.
I've had cops pull me over for random stuff that had nothing to do with me. The description of your vehicle matches exactly. And every time they did that, I was riding around in an 80 Chevy pickup, primer gray with a black hood and a blue door. And I'm just like, you got that description exactly? And yeah, I wasn't there, so not really sure where we're going with this. I remember I got pulled over one time for I was hauling scrap metal with that truck, and I got pulled over on a gravel road in the middle of nowhere by an unmarked Crown Vic, and I was like, what's going on? Like, what are you doing? He's like, well, we have a report of your exact description of your vehicle stealing scrap from a burned down barn down the road. And I'm like, well, none of this is that scrap, so I don't know how you verify that. And not
You'll
me.
smell it.
Yeah, it doesn't look burnt.
Wow. Yeah, I've been yanked out of the car and thrown on the hood We're riding in my buddy's. He had a 70-something Z28. It was black, and we were working on the stereo, so we had wires hanging out of the dash.
Sure.
But we went to town and got like soda and whatever. We weren't old enough to drink. We went and got soda and whatever. We're on our way back. The cop pulls us over. Gunpoint, lights on us, yanks us out of the car, throws us on the hood, and is just going off on us. We're like, what the hell is going on? Same thing. The vehicle matches the description, and then he looks in there and he sees wires hanging out of the dash. It's like we're putting a stereo. They don't care. No, stolen.
Yeah, stolen.
Yeah, and a big apology. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll tell you about a big apology. So we may or may not have been shooting at things with paintball guns out of a moving vehicle.
Supposedly.
Allegedly.
So somebody may have called it in. Now, we were driving an 80s Celebrity with a giant spray paint down the side of it that said, when I grow up, I want to be a caterpillar. You know, let's just say we were distinguishable. And we got pulled over. And we had a talking to. There were some paintball guns in the car. Prove it. Our word against yours. And then they said, well, we'd like to search your car. We think there's drugs in here. And I went, there's no drugs in here. Pretty sure. And
not today.
Yeah, not today.
Not today. Not
today. Gave that look, we did that mental check for everybody in the car. Like, we smoked all those, right? Maybe. I don't know. So.
Yeah, salty.
They got the drug dog out. And we're sitting on the curb. There's 5 guys in this 4-door Celebrity. And this dog starts going into the back seat. What I didn't know is there potentially was a friend of mine who might have had something in a baggie and some things might have gotten sprinkled on the back seat. And dog kind of took to that.
Mm-hmm.
But there was nothing of actual evidence to be said. Well, the dog decided it wanted to tear a hole in my back seat size of it.
Wow.
And the cop, who was not happy with our smart-ass remarks and our behavior, he just kind of let that happen for a while.
Oh, wow.
And now we're just kind of like, cool. I'm pretty sure I just saw half the seat fly out the other door as that dog's just in there going to town. And then
what's up, Ray?
Kind of rolled the dog out, and he said, yeah, looks like you guys are all clean. I better not catch you up here. You better go home. We went, thanks. And I had 3 buddies sitting on pretty much raw, bare metal springs in the back and said, I guess we're going home. And when I went down to the police station the next day, I said, hey, your dog tore up my car. What are we going to do about that? Because seat ain't worth much, but I think it's kind of bull crap.
Right.
And their response was, well, we can write you up a waiver so you can turn it in on your insurance. And I said, I'm not giving a $500 deductible to replace a rear seat cushion.
No.
They're like, have fun. So we yanked one out of another car, and it just had a blue seat in the back after that. And it's just like, thanks, cops. I had a bad go with police officers at a young age. I do respect them now because I realize they have guns, and you can't shoot them. It never works out in your favor. So
no, it doesn't. No,
just nod your head.
I got respect after a couple of my friends that I went to school with became cops.
Exactly.
Then I was like, okay, all right. And when they weren't on patrol, dude, they were freaking drunkard hillbillies like the rest of us.
Yep. I had a good buddy in Illinois, Joliet, Illinois, and he was a local police officer there. And his son was probably one of the worst offenders in that town. So he had to constantly deal with his son breaking the law, and it put a really good perspective on what it was to be a father and a cop for me. So I was just like, oh man, this is hard to watch.
Right.
So here's one for you. I had my 91 notch. I'm on my way home from a NASCAR race. I had nothing to drink that day, but I did smoke. And so I'm on a highway, and I was driving chill the whole way home. I wasn't doing anything. All of a sudden, I'm in the left lane, and like the first 3 cars ahead of me that spanned about a half a mile to a mile all got in the middle lane. It was like, okay, it would be foolish not to get out at least once. So I get out at once. I get up to about 115, 120. And as I'm on the way down at about 110, a cop picks me up on radar and pulls me over. And I'm like, oh my God, I got weed on me too. And I'm like, fuck. So I put my weed, which was in my Marlboro box, and like not crushed, but right above that, inside the shorts. He starts reading me the riot act, pulls me to the back of the car, frisks me down, okay, but doesn't go there, so he doesn't feel it. I mean, I'm like, shit, man. I'm like, if I get arrested, they're definitely going to find this stuff. So he walks back to his car to check my record. As he's walking back to my car, and mind you, I see that he has an in-dash cam, I take the stuff out of my Marlboro box, out of my shorts, reach underneath my bumper of the notch, and if you reach up around there, there's a little notch area there that literally will hold a cigarette pack perfectly. And I put it in there before he got to the car. He came back, read me a little bit more riot act, but because my record was good again, I think he just gave me a mild ticket. He lowered it. And I was just like, dude, if you were ever to check that video camera footage and see that I actually put something in there, oh my God, dude. Hey, what's up, Zay?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Say, how you been, man? Huge salute.
Tired, but I'm doing good.
We get pulled over by the police, and the police are telling me, saying, we're taking you home. And I said, no, please just take me to jail.
Yeah, no, my dad kicked the shit out of me.
Take me to jail. It wasn't my dad I was worried about. It's my mom.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Dave,
How y'all
what's
been
happening,
doing?
buddy?
Oh, man, tired. I only had 10 hours of sleep in the last 4 days.
What are you working on?
Making money.
We've been working, man. Just been working.
Making money.
Got to make it while it's there.
For
That's
sure.
it.
How y'all been doing, though?
Good. Good, man.
Long time seeing y'all, man. I just came in to check up on y'all, man. I seen you was live. I was about to go to sleep, to be honest. I was like, let me tap in right quick, get on live.
Right.
Hey, just no falling asleep on the live.
Yeah. Especially with a cowboy hat on.
So Proline News, we had the Telegraph crew
Oh,
a couple weeks
man.
ago. And so when the cops are, because my wife always follows me when we go anywhere. So I'm in the Mach 1, she's in the Shelby, and the cop goes up and goes, you guys got one free pass. So we hit it.
Nice. Yeah, I don't have those out here.
Yeah, no, not on here either. They didn't give me none of that.
No.
Somebody was saying that when I got pulled over by that cop earlier tonight, it was a brand new Charger MJI. He's like, why don't you line that Hemi up and see what we do here?
If I win, you just keep driving.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No radio call.
Yeah, no shit.
Man.
Can't outrun the radio.
Depends on how fast you're going.
Dudes probably has a way.
No, because, he can be driving a car, and he'll be clean shaved, and by the time the cop pulls him over, he'll have a beard.
I don't fit the description anymore, officer. That guy was a beardless, hairless old man.
Right
It's fine.
car, wrong guy. Sorry.
That's funny.
Oh man.
So what's new, Zay? What's your new deal? What do you got going on, man?
He's got that new mic in front of him. I know that.
Yeah. I
like
got
that.
a new mic.
Thing's shiny.
It sounds good.
It's got the P filter on it. Look at that thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, man. I'm tired. But,
Hey,
Yeah.
not to sound like pimping, but that mic looks like a combination mic / bug zapper.
Yeah, I do picture it in a strip club somewhere.
yeah, this one of my I got this from a company. They always sending me stuff, so I just give them reviews because I used to buy their stuff all the time and just to get like just reviews for like their products and stuff. And they actually a fan of my channel, so I'm like, well, shoot, maybe I'll send something in. I'll just put y'all ahead of the queue of my videos, and that's how I've been doing. Other than that, working on behind the scenes stuff with business ventures and stuff that I'm not gonna speak on right now, but working on businesses and getting my careers in order and stuff like that. So just trying to elevate and keep on grinding, man. That's pretty much it.
Nice.
Awesome.
Man, it's what you got to do if you want to get anywhere. You got to keep on grinding.
Oh yeah.
No, RPG. He definitely was no racer cop by any stretch. He was in Naperville. He was a Naperville cop.
Yeah.
He was down there.
No, you got to keep it. You got to keep going, and I'm learning slowly. I'm a slow learner, but having more than one thing going all the time.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm working on 3 right now, so I already got 2 guaranteed. It just work on this other one. I just started literally this weekend. Cause I got a state license, so I mean, I ain't gonna say exactly what it is, but I'm licensed with the state.
Right.
So
Mhm.
it's just trying to get stuff in order, and once it get flowing, try something else. So
Must
You'll
be
find
very,
what you need.
like, interesting.
so
DDW, you leave the house clean shaven and ride back home like Bigfoot.
Dudes with wrenches. Looks like the picture up there, and he was clean in the morning.
is there RAV4 guy?
Yeah.
I see what
Oh
he did.
my God,
RAV4.
dude.
Okay, that's different. I like
Dude,
that.
there is a car like running on one cylinder right now that just drove down the road. He was not going faster than 15 miles an hour. It was like it's just sputtering along. Oh God, that's funny. The car was going pretty slow. Oh,
So
I gotta
you know
move my
you're on
truck.
with a celebrity, right, Zay?
Hmm?
You know you're on here with a celebrity, right?
Yeah,
Wait
so
back 1 second.
This dude up here.
What's this dude?
Bills or wrenches?
Shh. Have you seen him? Have you seen what he did?
No,
What'd I do?
Go check his sub count.
Let me see what he did. I think.
Dude, in just a couple weeks. Just a
Take a
couple
look.
weeks.
Let me see.
It'll be a
So-
month in 2 days.
Yeah, I
And
was
went
gonna say
from-
probably last month when I first started talking about that, he had got some crazy views or something like that.
That's only like 8 million in a month.
Dude, I'm telling you, you found what works and nailed it. In every time, dude.
Oh yeah, I remember him. He had that
Every
crazy
time
setup.
you nail it.
Yeah, let me subscribe. I remember I was in a live with him actually. I think last month or whatever time period that was when y'all was talking about that in somebody else live.
So here's the weird thing. So you can always kind of see who's publicly subscribing to you. So then I got into this thing where I'm like, all right, if we can make it past the sub count of the highest guy on my list that subs to me, that'll be amazing. So
Yeah.
we started passing people because I didn't have very many people that were subbed to me that had huge subscriber numbers.
Yeah.
Well, then just lately I got back in there. I'm like, let's check. I had 3 guys ahead of me by quite a bit, by a lot. Like they were in the 60,000s. And then I log in there today and I'm like, that guy has 1.6 million. That guy has 2 million. That guy has 3 million. I'm like, why are these people subscribed to me?
Keep doing what you're doing, man. Don't ask questions. Don't look that gift horse in the mouth. Go. Keep
And the
going.
nice thing about it is those guys are probably saying, hey, man, check this guy out. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm watching one of your videos now, and I'm looking at the average view. Your worst videos is like 1,000, but you average around 20K between reels and videos and stuff. So, I mean, whatever you're doing, definitely keep on doing it with the algorithm. The algorithm telling you what to do. So as long as you keep on doing that, you got no choice but to pop.
The biggest problem is getting people to watch full-length videos. Like,
That's always been a problem with YouTube because everybody's attention span is pretty short. I know.
Yeah.
For me, my average view time is maybe between 2 minutes and 8 minutes, depends on the video, because it depends on the topic.
But that's why the shorts come in so handy because people, they got their short expansion, whatever.
Yeah.
Attention span.
I'm just hoping
I know what
YouTube
you're
can do
saying.
something to kind of link those because I don't think they suggest any of my actual long format videos to anybody. I'm lucky if I get 100 views on a long format, and I can put up a short and get 10,000 views every time.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you never know, like, because I got some shorts that's well in the 10,000s, but I also got actual long vlogs that got 20, 30,000 views too. So, I mean, it comes with time. You just got to find that right vlog to where it just hit, because some long vlogs, if you get one that hit 10,000 plus views over a span of a year, easy monetization, easy, continuing watch time, because once the videos pop, YouTube gonna keep on recommending them videos.
Perfect example. So in watch hours, just off shorts in the last 30 days, it's over 110,000 watch hours.
Oh, you're good
on 60-second videos, but shorts don't count.
Oh yeah, I forgot that show don't count. Yeah, you're right.
So
you're right.
it's a complete just kick in the teeth.
But
like,
I mean, but you still get subscribers though.
Yes, it's subscribers all day, but it's 0 watch hours.
Well,
which is where your monetization comes in, because without the watch hours,
you
just gotta keep on doing what you're doing. Keep on doing.
Revenue's not really going to jump, but As you get bigger, it doesn't matter because your videos automatically go to the top of the pile compared to like me at 4K.
Right.
But
You're
that's
automatically going to be up.
is you can see a separation. I can put out a long format video, like 7 minutes long, and it'll get 30 views. It's not getting suggested to anyone. But then I put out a short and it gets 100,000. So you can see I'm not getting any traction on the long format.
That's not true in all cases. It's just that YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, they all pushing the short term,
exactly
15 to 60-second videos. But when you post the long vlogs, it takes YouTube at least 48 hours for it to properly get in the algorithm and all the
Well, that's what I'm gonna do. So
like
none of it's bad for me. I'm not complaining. I'm gonna run the shorts as far as they'll take me, and then just hope it bleeds over a little bit into long format. And I think it will. It's not working right now. Yeah, I have 30 days of constant growth. I can't expect everything to work,
And looking at your videos, honestly, you got the perfect format because looking at your videos now, they're between like anything under 10 minutes is good. Like 5 to 10 minutes for a long video, that's good because people like whenever they actually want to watch it, they'll watch it.
When I first started,
like 20-30 minutes.
2 years ago, I was putting up 45-minute videos.
Yeah, that's too long.
That did not work.
I mean, you could do it, but make sure if you do that, do it per Premiere. Anything over 30 minutes, do it Premiere. That's like a live stream, but you can interact with your followers live.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm doing better now with shorter videos, but for me, I don't want to watch a 45-minute video, so why would I put that out?
Right.
So I've tried to cut it down to 7-minute videos, and I like the videos I'm putting out. They just don't get any traction, which it could just be the content itself. I mean, there's not a lot of people who want to watch a Fairlane video, so it is.
I haven't checked yet, but are you starting it with the thing you do on your shorts, dudes with wrenches?
That's just it. I was originally.
You need to.
But then I edited them down, and I took that out. So now the video's already up there, and I'm just like, I got to.
That's what hooks them. They know who you are. That's dude. You have your catchphrase. You're gonna have shirts that are dudes with wrenches.
What's up, Leonard?
I'm gonna do some research on my channel right quick to help you out.
Sometimes it don't, but the attention span on the shorts is worth what he's grabbing. You know what I'm saying? So he's making it interesting with the dudes with wrenches, and they're saying, "Hey, man, this guy's got a good attitude." And this is what the rest of his video says.
Here's the best
one. He does the longs. He gets them in there for maybe a couple minutes, and then they go somewhere else. You know what I mean?
I get a lot of comments nowadays. They're like, "Hey, everybody, do me a favor. Bring up dudes with wrenches and just start clicking on every video for the first 5 seconds and then just click through." And I'm like, what does this message mean? And everybody's like, oh, they're using it as a soundboard. So essentially it's dudes. And people keep commenting this. And I'm like, that's cool, but you're kind of probably screwing up my algorithm.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Looking at your most recent long video on my YouTube, I got a plug-in with TubeBuddy. And it tell you like create suggested tags, rank tags, CEO score, upvotes, and all that type of stuff, all the analytics in your channel. So what you need to start doing is I could recommend add more tags related to your video, like how your name is. Like if you look at one of my videos and my actual hyperlink ones, like whatever your first 3 hashtags is in your description, it's gonna hyperlink to your top of your video. So mine always have ZTRD, and I might have like how I did my this mic review. I had put like if dude say SL160, then you put the next one could be a product review or something like that. You always have 3 of those, and then from there, when you make your own comment, pin it, or one of your subscribers, whoever you like, comment harder and pin it. Because that's for YouTube, it makes it trigger the algorithm more because more interaction.
Landom Custom Classics, he's kind of got a point. If you are doing longer videos, do it in parts.
Yeah,
that's a good idea too. Yeah.
So see, I've had a negative about that. So like I did a 5-video series on a Galaxy, got no traction. I had a 7-video series on the Fairlane. I re-released it as a 4-video. And I'd really like to get to the point where I could actually do a car video start to finish in a single video. And I think that would do better, but that's my opinion, I guess.
True.
I think overall, I think it'll just be consistent. It's going to catch on because, it takes time. Because when I first started, it took me a couple years for me to get traction on my
And that's just
video.
it. Like I said, I'm not complaining. It took me 2 years to get to 600 subscribers. It took me 30 days to get to 37,000.
And that's crazy. That's amazing.
That's nuts.
It's one of those just like, what happened here?
Watch minutes.
Oh, watch hours? That's what I said. Like, so none of it's monetizable. Okay. And in the last 30 days, it's over 110,000 watch hours.
Wow.
In 30 days on 1 minute clips.
That's good.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing.
I mean, they actually awarded me Creator on the Rise and put me on the trending page.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember State Mode bragging about that.
Man, that's salute to you, man. That's amazing. I mean, you definitely got the algorithm for the shorts. Just like I said, do that and compare.
Here's
How
the
many-
worst part about it.
I mean, what you call it?
I skyrocketed and I kind of topped out. I was getting 120,000 views every 48 hours, roughly. And I was getting about 3,000 subs every 48 hours. And
Jesus.
now I can't complain, but it's a huge down drop. So I'm only gathering about 700 subs a day right now. So from the beginning of the month to the end of the month, it went way up and now it's way down. And it's like you can sit here and be like, well, 700 isn't as good, but it's still really good. Like I think
That's
number
amazing.
is still really well.
Because
It's
when you get like
intense.
that,
It's just a lot.
I mean, you say it took you 2 years just to get 700 or something like that. So I mean, you get it in an hour or a day. That's nothing. I mean,
Well, that's just it.
100-fold.
It's insane. Like I don't even know how to really take it all in, I guess.
It's gonna be a minute because I mean, you never know. YouTube, like the way how you dropping shorts, you might drop another series of shorts and you might explode to 1 million subscribers. I've seen that happen. Somebody
Well, that's just it. And the worst part is if it stops tomorrow, I'm still so far ahead from where I was, I can't complain.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Hell no.
How many watch hours did you say you got in 30 days?
110,000.
110,000 in 30 days?
Yep.
Well, hell,
My
man,
la-
it took me 16 years to get 18,000.
My last
Sorry, 800,000.
my last 28 days is 571.4 hours.
Well, I mean,
But I got nothing.
YouTube.
I
was
don't get anything
confused.
for it.
Like you can even tell, like if you look at it on your phone app, it'll give you like a percentage of growth since the last 28 days. I have screenshots, 320,000% growth in the past 28 days, and I'm like, I broke YouTube. Like it doesn't even know what to do.
Right.
Definitely.
No, I
That's
average,
crazy.
what is it? I average 57 subscribers in 28 days.
And I think that's why.
averaged, in the last 28 days, I averaged over 75 subscribers.
Yeah,
I
you
average,
guys are going way
67.
better.
And you average 36.5.
So that's.
Okay.
I don't want to be that guy or gloat here. I'll give you my today. Let me get in here.
Oh, yours is legit. Yours is going.
You got to understand, I've been doing this since 2006.
Jesus.
Shoo.
I got a
That's
video.
dedication.
My video, my ambulance video's got 165,000 views on it. It's and that was from 2014.
And dudes makes a freaking short and blows past you in an hour.
I was just gonna say his subscriber count probably moving faster than the speedometer on my 500 under wide open throttle.
Yeah, you
Well,
never know though. I
It
mean,
was crazy for a while.
you bound to explode again overnight. You never know. You look at all your shorts, it's gonna hit 1 million. They're gonna go subscribe and then watch your long videos. Like, oh, okay.
I am
It's
so
it's
bad.
roller
You
coaster
know,
like that.
I did it for fun. I never really done it for subscribers.
Well,
I
that's
done it-
just it.
No.
I don't. You know, when it first started taking off, I was like, man, if we hit 3,000, this will be amazing. I just want to make it to 1,000. And then by like the first week, I was at 13,000. I'm like, I don't know what's happening right now.
You got to go, is this thing broke?
Yeah, it's like,
Refresh.
Oh,
Yeah, 28 days, I got plus 75 subscribers, which is 25 more than usual.
Ray, you got 6 subscribers. What are you talking about? I'm
so
one.
in the past 7 days, I'm up 7,000 subscribers.
And I am
Jesus.
the
But I've
past 7
lost.
days, I'm down 11 subscribers.
Here's
I ain't
the
gonna lie. If I
crappy
got
part.
7,000 subscribers in a day, I'd be like, time to party.
So I mean,
Hell
you
yeah.
gotta think it's 7 days, almost 7,000 subscribers. That's 1,000 subscribers a day. But I've lost 1,700 subscribers in the past 7 days.
What?
Yep.
I lost
So-
90 somehow, some way.
See, my thing is, I ain't got good content. I just got content.
I don't got good content either. Like I don't.
I just
Nah, your
got
content good to get that many views.
You guys are my content.
Right.
Well, that's just it. Like I do like to sit and read the comments, and I really respect people that want to tell me how good it is, and it's like that. But like for every 4 people that want to say something positive, there's 2 people that want to say something negative. So
That's
it
the
makes it
internet.
really hard to read through all of it because I want to react, but I can't because I know
No.
it's not creative, it's not constructive.
Or what you do is you be like me and call them out, make a video about it. You can make some money out there too.
Here's the crazy part. So the one video that I have that has like 1.8 million, that was a video calling out people that were saying dumb stuff in the comments.
Keep on doing it.
So I was like, well, that worked, but I don't know.
No, literally, keep
Well,
on
the thing
doing it.
about
Like,
is,
Wait.
if you're getting bad comments and stuff like that, that means you're actually doing something right.
Exactly.
What app can you check your watch hours, dudes?
it's called
Just
YouTube
the
Tracker.
studio. I just go
Wait.
in the studio.
I'm in studio. Yeah.
Okay,
that
I
too,
think
but
I
on
have.
the go, I
Yeah,
use
YouTube
YouTube
Studio. Okay, all right. I'm going in there right now. How do I find it? Watch time hours. Last 28 days, 147. Woohoo!
Good hours. But here's the best part, guys. You want to hear the best part? I'm still 3,800 watch hours from monetization.
What?
Yep.
How is that
good.
possible?
Nobody watches my long format videos.
If I was you,
I watch
go
every
live.
single one of them.
Can you
And
go
that's
Me
a
live?
lot of
alone
people
should
have
be more
said-
than that.
I can go live because I have the subscriber count, and I don't know what that would create because I don't know who would show up for that live.
Dude,
do it
you
anyway. You probably get your watch hours after that live ends.
I
Oh,
see that.
guarantee.
I see that I do better having a live every now and then, just popping up a live, than I do if I have one set up.
That's true.
You know
Because
what
half
I'm
the time I don't get most of y'all notifications. They're like I sublimes, I didn't even see it. I just seen he was on when I was about to log off. When I got to the homepage, I'm like, oh, he was live. Oh, let me hop in.
Man, they give you a
Appreciate that.
whole
Bocce
bunch of
blanket.
statistics over there, don't they?
Yes, it's crazy. With the
Jesus,
statistics.
that was like looking at a
It's,
freaking baseball game breakdown. My goodness.
Still, you don't get caught up in it because it will depress you.
Dude, it was choo, choo, choo. Okay, I don't understand any of this. Back to the line.
Yeah, it's just don't look. Well, that's just me right now. Like, 30 days of insanity. I don't know what the next 30 days is going to bring. I don't know. I don't want to be weird about it, but it this much growth has made it very uneventful for me. Like, I feel like I haven't earned some things. You know what I mean?
But
No,
you-
you've earned it all, man. You've
It
earned it
sounds
all.
weird to say, but I'm just like,
Keep doing it. But dude, I've talked to you separately. You are your worst critic 10,000 times over.
and most of us usually are.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Silverback, how you
Silverback.
doing?
You
I don't
know,
know.
but my
Like I
thing
said,
is,
I'm not
you
going
know,
to
make a difference. There, how many people that you actually, that you go on your live streams and their chats and everything else are doing what you're doing? Not many.
No.
Yeah.
Especially
many.
not car community guys don't get love. That's just what it is.
Well,
Unless you're whistling
Well-
Diesel or somebody, you really don't get a lot
and
of
he
love.
don't love
I
cars.
can't
No.
say it's true because I get more love doing the car stuff than I did anything else that I've done.
Well, and here's the best part. Here's the I don't know what I want to call it, the wonder story of it all. But I legitimately was going to quit. Like,
Oh, no shit.
stop. I had this plan of how I was going to put shorts together to prove that you could get to 1,000 shorts or 1,000 subs in a week if you just lay your shorts out like this and you do it like this. I had an idea and a plan. I said, this is going to work. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I just kept telling myself, nah, that's not going to work. Don't do it. It's crap. And I actually came up with a whole new channel idea. I was going to go completely away from cars. I was going to start a whole new thing that nobody was going to see coming. And I said, you know what? I have to try this thing I've been saying I wanted to do before I do that, because I'm going to quit the car community. And I put it out there, and it took off like a rocket ship. And I said, see, I was right. And I was totally going to shoot myself in the foot and not do it.
Wow.
I'm tempted. I got another channel lined up, and I'm ready to go.
The
I'm
plus-
really tempted.
The plus
That's
side
where I
of
was
it-
at.
The plus side of your channel is, though, dudes, is that you have the right cars to do the car stuff.
Oh, dude,
You know what I'm saying? You got 40, 50 cars of the right cars to do that.
Well, and that's always been my thing about this. I never did this to become 30,000. Like, I never even saw that. That was not even on the table. All I wanted to do was get monetized, make a little money. We all know that's not a good amount of money, but
right.
I have an LLC, so I just wanted to be able to show that we were making a profit and we could play with the books a little bit, write some stuff on some taxes, you know, and just maybe get a little sponsor here or there to just give me some parts or something. Like, I wasn't even expecting money. And now I'm sitting here like, what do I do with this? Like, I feel like I've been given this huge gift that I don't know what to do with.
So you just keep going on with your plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, write down another plan. Do like I say do about every 2 weeks, write a plan. Every month, write a plan.
That's where I'm at right now. I'm actually letting it I'm letting the views go down where everybody's like, why would you do that? Just keep riding that wave. But I want to see it go down, because if I can throw 5 videos back in that machine and it takes off again, I know I've made it. I'm gold. I don't have anything else to do.
True.
Right.
Plus, that's part in itself. Sometimes I take breaks just to see who really gonna check up on you or whatever, or like whenever you do that. Because sometimes you put too much content out, people get kind of tired of it. So it's like when you give them a break and you can bring it back, it just explodes.
Yeah, and that's what if that happens, I know I got nothing to worry about after that.
I myself just started making videos because I was home, I was sick, I couldn't work, I couldn't go nowhere, couldn't do nothing. So I started doing videos, man.
I do mine particularly just because it's a hobby now. It ain't I already did it for the money. I mean, that's part of it, but it wasn't the main factor. I love doing it because I like bringing joy to people, homes when they watch the video, because I'm pretty goofy. So,
well, I had I had the watch hours and I had the videos, and those guys, a couple other guys that I was talking to on YouTube and stuff like that, they're like, "Why aren't you monetized?" I said, I never done it for the money. I just done it for the heck of it, So that's the reason why I got monetized, because they pushed me into doing it.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Sublime?
No, I was just saying hi to Shangy that came in.
Oh. So, for my whole thing right now is like 60-second videos. On average, if I want to do one the way I want to do it, it takes me 2 hours to do it. And that's filmed, edited, posted, done. It's an average of 2 hours. So it's like you start looking at 60 seconds. And when I first started doing it, I was doing 5 a day. And that was hard. Like I accumulated a lot of content before I started doing that. And then it dwindled down to like, I can't do 5 a day. So I'm just going to do 1 a day. And now I'm going to try to do every other day. And I just got to keep that flow moving, because it gets really hard to try to come up with content and film it when it's taking an hour to 2 hours every time you do a 60-second video. And then I can already see it's taking away from all my long format video, because I don't have time to edit that or mess with it. And it's like, I still got to go to work, take care of my kids. And it's like, all right, I just got to ride this wave slowly and see what happens.
Yes, you're taking the best approach. Just don't be too hard on yourself, but you're taking the right approach to it.
Kick-ass job. With me, I shoot, face together, load, and I'm done. It don't take no time at all for me to get a video loaded up.
Because the amazing thing you just said, 60 seconds of video take you 2 hours to edit. It take me 2-3 hours to edit just a 30-minute to a 45-minute video. So that's crazy. So I mean, if you actually doing vlogs and you take the same energy to editing on a long video, I think it might pop off. But you gotta condense the video some way, so it don't take as long.
That's just it. Like, you watch any of my Fairlane videos; those are 7-minute videos, but that's 6 hours of footage.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe
it's a 7-minute video for 6 hours of footage, and it took me days.
My videos, man. Maybe
I know. I already know that's a lot of editing. That's crazy. I did not know that.
Oh, Silverback, that's his new mic / bug zapper. So he's currently trying that out.
It's called a mic zapper.
A mic zapper, yeah.
I'm not too proud to say it. I spent 2 years making bad content. I'll say that. I still don't think my content's great, but it's better than what it was. I like it more. But I actually went online and took how to edit courses, $40. Here's you sit down and learn how to edit something. And, a lot of little things that I've been trying makes me like the videos more. So if I like it, somebody might like it. That's my whole idea.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I said, I shoot, paste, and load. It just, you know.
Yeah. If my video takes me, if I ever make a video, when I do make a video, and this doesn't happen very often, but when I do, if it takes me more than 15 minutes to put that thing together, it's too long.
Yeah.
Well, it's
That's
like we have 5 days of Volvo footage that we made as a collaboration of channels all coming together. I can't make that video. I can't do it. The amount of footage I have to go through to piecemeal together,
Little pop fills.
it's impossible. Like, it's just, I get overwhelmed by it, and I'm just like, all right, well, other people are making these videos, so whatever.
Hey, how do you like your video software? I think you're still using the Movavi.
Yep.
Works pretty slick, doesn't it? I mean,
I got mad at him for a little while. Like, I was pretty pissed off at him because the shit it would lock up, and I was just so mad. And like videos, it would take forever to edit something because I'd have to actually save it in pieces and then recompile it because it would lock up my computer and it would freeze up the software. Shit. And I'm sitting there with this super awesome built computer. I'm like, this is not my computer's problem. And I was getting mad.
Turn off the room lights. You won't be able to see me sit for back.
And then all of a sudden, I started realizing they had told me to update that software like 4 times, and I was ignoring it. So then when I did the update, it fixed everything. And I'm just like, well, that was a me problem.
No, my problem right now is they keep wanting me to go to 22. And every time I go to do anything, it pops up and says, buy 22. I don't want to buy 22.
Yeah.
But it's like you said, it's starting to lock up and not act right.
I'm pretty sure they did that on purpose.
Oh, yeah, they did, because it worked smooth before that.
Yeah, but when I updated it, they actually gave me a bunch of new features I really like. So I was like, all right, this wasn't a totally bad deal, you know.
Yeah, you got to pay to play either way.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. It's like if I wasn't paying them, I'd be paying somebody else because nobody's
I must be doing it all wrong. That's all I can say. I do everything on my iPhone.
And I did that for a while. When I first started out, I was doing everything on my Samsung phone, and I thought it was okay. And then I started watching those videos later, and I'm like,
you're crazy.
Man, I don't know how I was ever doing this on a phone.
You're crazy, Silverback.
Because it was difficult on a phone.
I don't know how. How are you editing shorts? Because I literally take and go, I hope I know what I'm saying, and I'll make something stupid and I'll post it. Because I don't know how to edit a short.
Here's the thing. So I'll go out and I'll film something. So like when you see a Dudes with Riches short, I literally have like 5 takes on every little thing I say. And then I pick the best one and then I accumulate them together. And some of them are not in chronological order. Like you actually watch those videos. I might have done 3 of those takes before the last 2 takes. You know, I just kind of make it flow correctly and edit it all out. And then I do something funny at the end. And I do the intro. I'll have like 7 intros for every video. You know, I'll say Dudes with Wrenches 8 different ways and then pick the best one. And then you'll see a lot of
skit style for real. That's crazy.
And then you'll see a lot of quick cuts. If you watch my videos real close, you'll see a lot of quick cuts where that's a different clip, a different way I said it. And then I'll compile those all together, save them in the Movavi file, and then I'll transfer them back to my phone and then load them up through the Shorts app from my phone. Because I've had a lot of issues with if you try to do it a different way, it'll screw it all up on YouTube.
That Shorts editor sucks butthole. So
don't even use
it. When I said this from the start, if YouTube turns into a job, I'll quit because I already got 2 jobs.
Yep.
I don't need a 3rd.
I'm there.
Well, how about say I edit my shorts off of TikTok or Instagram Reels? I'll do it on there, then I just save it without uploading, and I do the same thing on all of them.
I did that for a while, and then I started reading the Shorts bonus thing. The Shorts bonus thing's like, we won't give you any bonuses if you have a TikTok watermark in there. So I was like, I got to get rid of that. So
that's for YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, guess I'll stop doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like I was starting to watch this thing blow up, and I had all these TikTok watermarks on the videos, and I'm like, I don't want this shaft in me. So I just started taking the raw footage because I would do the same thing for TikTok. I would make the whole video, edit it, and then upload it to TikTok. So when my TikTok hit 20,000 followers so quick, I was like, okay, that's cool, you know. And then I actually spent a lot of time. I took a bunch of time off since April, and I wasn't putting anything up on YouTube. And I was running all my shorts on TikTok because I didn't care about TikTok. You know, if something fails on TikTok, I just take it down. I don't give a crap. So any video that went above 15,000 views on TikTok, I marked that one down as, that's probably a good one. That's probably a good one. So when I came back to YouTube, I had that list. I had that stockpile of videos that I knew got 15,000 to 100,000 to 1 million views on TikTok. And I just loaded them all in 5 a day for the first week. And then any of them that didn't take off, I reloaded them back in. And then they started taking off after the second and third reload because nobody watched them the first time. So put them in again, you know? And then after a while, all of a sudden they just started snowballing. And there you go. Secret.
You know what else the secret that you just said that I realized? You said you got like over 20K followers on TikTok too, with up to 1 million views on a TikTok short or whatever it's called.
Yep.
Well, I mean, that's the formula. I mean, you can find something on TikTok, because that's the industry leading shorts machine right now. It's TikTok. So if it's gonna blow up on TikTok, it's gonna blow up on Instagram and YouTube.
And that's exactly it. And that's where I was sciencing all my shorts. You know, I wasn't bringing them to YouTube hoping they'd work. I was bringing them to YouTube knowing they work.
Smart way to do it.
Real smart. I ain't think about that. I don't use TikTok.
You're trying a lot harder than I am.
Well, no, you are trying a lot harder than I am because, like I said, I've been doing this since 06. And to be honest,
let me stop all of you right there. You're all trying a lot harder than I am.
The thing about it is that the reason why I keep doing this is because of you guys. I made good friends on here, and the rest of it's just a bonus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's essentially like when I first started YouTube, I was a complete flop. Like I got 60 subscribers in like 6 months. Like I wasn't getting nobody. Nobody was watching that stuff. And then I joined the car community when I was done with YouTube. I was like, I'll join with these guys. And, you know, there's a lot of good people that kind of brought me up from that and taught me a lot of things and showed me a lot of stuff. You know, you being one of them, Destroyer, you know, you're the one that said, hey, go check out this software. And that changed everything I was doing with editing. So, you know, there's a lot of good people out there that I learned from that I'll give credit to all day because I didn't figure this stuff out on my own. But it comes down to, I did put in a lot of effort to like, I have to know what works and not just keep throwing stuff at the wall and hoping it works. And I think that's the hardest part for people.
I just throw it at the wall and watch it paint it. That's all. I mean, it is what it is. If I really wanted to spend the time doing it, then that's one thing. But I'm just doing it because, for one, it's memories. Something ever happens to me, my kids can always go to my YouTube channel, and I made friends here. So that was the big thing for me. You know what I'm saying? The money, the little bit of money I make is a bonus.
And see, I don't want any of that fame. I don't want any of that money. My whole thing was, and it's just kind of like Destroyer's story, somebody was like, you should do this. I think you'd make it. And I was like, nah, I won't make it. And I just kept telling myself, nah. And you watch all these people blow up and get stuff. And it's like, I could be doing that. I just don't. And then when I started doing it, I realized how difficult it is to do. It's not just a simple, here you go, throw up some videos and become famous. So then once I started doing it and watching it and learning, I just started going, if I'm going to do this, I need to do it. And if I'm not succeeding, I'm losing. And it's just how I go about everything I do. I'm too competitive with myself. I'm not competing against anybody. I'm competing against me. So, you know, it's like, I don't want to come out of this thinking I didn't push myself far enough. I want to commit and say I tried.
Well, my thing is though, if you're having fun, then keep doing it.
Yep. Like I said, it's just something I always do. I always just push to that next limit. I always like to make fun of people that say, you know, he didn't live up to his potential.
Right.
And I think that statement is the stupidest statement in the world because everyone is living up to their potential 100% of the time.
If
you only get the effort out what you put in.
I'm down in Detroit, and I'm walking through Greektown in Detroit, and I got a guy that stops driving a Durango and hollers out, hey, Mach 1, I watch your YouTube channel. That right there is enough for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Put your shorts into it.
I've only had that one time. I was out doing Rocky Mountain Race Week, and I was out in the middle of nowhere, Kansas, this little bitty podunk gas station. And we pulled up and parked, and I went in and get something. My brother was outside, Dan IT guy. This guy runs up to Dan and is like, no way. He's like, what? He's like, that's Destroyer 1320's car. He's like, yeah. And he goes, you're Dan IT guy. This guy like wanted pictures with us. I gave him shirts and stickers. I was like, I got a fan. Yeah.
But it's just like I said,
that's the best feeling in the world.
Because that guy's coming out there and he's saying, he's hollering out your name, and you're looking like, And
Yeah.
like, I watch your channel. So that right there, man, it's the coolest thing in the world. But then again, and the next thing though, it is kind of creepy.
Yeah.
A little bit. The funnest part was that it was such a small town. He goes, "Would you do a burnout for me?" And I'm like, "Where's the cops at?" He goes, and there was the manager of the store had come out, and I don't know, didn't know who I was, but was all about it, and goes, "There's no cops in this town. What are you talking about?" I go, "Really?" They go, "No. I blew smoke all the way through that whole damn town. I mean, the marks are probably there to this day. I just pasted that thing."
But it's just nice when you go somewhere and somebody actually recognizes you. You know what I mean?
It was cool for sure. For sure.
Well, here's the worst part about me. Like I said, worst critic, me. I don't tell anybody I have a YouTube channel at all. Like the only people that know me personally have a YouTube channel is because somebody else has told them. So I don't even farm from the local community of people who know me. Like you guys know me. I'm on here. But everybody that personally knows me, they find out I have a YouTube channel. They're like, "You have a YouTube channel?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Why don't you tell people that?" I'm like, "I don't know. It's not my thing."
If I'm
That sounds like
videotaping a person's
that
car,
sounds like me. Yeah.
if I'm videotaping a person's car, I'll tell them that it's going to be on YouTube. I don't walk around and broadcast. I got a YouTube channel. But if I'm videoing their car, I tell them that their car is going to be on YouTube. And two reasons. Because I had a guy one time contact me and asked me to take his car off of YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I'd be really respectful. I'd take it down.
You know, so I did take it down. You know, and so that's why when I'm videoing somebody's car, I will mention to them that the car is going to be on YouTube. And they'll say, "What's your channel?" And I'll tell them, you know, Mr. Mach 1.
Yep, I do the same thing.
So
Unless I'm at a car meet.
Here's a funny story. It's like I said, I don't tell people about YouTube very much. So in the last month, because I've been blowing up, you know, sometimes I like to gloat. So like somebody was complaining about some customers, whining to him about something, and I'm like, customer complaints. You should see comment complaints on YouTube.
Oh shit.
And she's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do YouTube, no big deal." And she's like, "My husband does YouTube too." And I'm like, "Oh, cool. You know, like, who is he? What's his name?" And she's like totally playing off like, yeah, he quit his job in 2020 and he does this full time now. And it's just like, whatever. And he's a local guy. And I'm like, "Well, what's his channel name?" And she's like, "Oh, it's Galactic Armory." And I'm like, "Okay, pop it up." 185,000 subscribers, millions of views. I mean, he's making so much money off this channel. I'm like, all right, I feel very small in the world right now. Thank you for I'm never telling people I do YouTube again because
knocks your dong in the dirt a little bit.
Oh yeah, I was just like, wow, that was a high straight to the ground.
Well,
You never know. There's some channels I got.
If I ever get rich on YouTube, I'm not quitting my job because I got 5 years to retire and I'm getting that pension.
I'll tell you right now,
Yeah, do that,
YouTube
Mr.
would
Mark.
have to pay
Don't
me
retire.
a lot for me to want to quit my job. Like, there's no way I'm quitting my job for YouTube unless they're handing me a lot of money.
Exactly.
Because here's the thing, like you could be hot on YouTube now, and you could be hot on YouTube for 5 years. My company's going to pay me for the next 25. So I'm not going to be hot on YouTube for 25 years. I'll guarantee you that.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. I got 5 years to retire. I got 30 years. I'll get out of there with a full pension.
Yeah.
I'll make good money. And plus, I'm going back to the junk business full time. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not giving up what I got for something like you said that's only going to last maybe 5 years.
Yeah. All I can hope for is this warrants me a little bit of extra via sponsorships, via parts, via a little bit of money to help me feed a very expensive hobby that we all share. That's automotive. It's not free.
Oh, I get it, man. I know.
You guys talking now?
But you'd be surprised. I seen some channels where I discovered got like 5 million plus subscribers. I'm like, why ain't no getting a notification? Y'all depends on your niche and you know who all watching.
That's just it too. Like, I run into some people that comment on some of my videos, and I'm like, hey, who's this guy? He seems like pretty good comment. And I'll click on him, and it'll say like 2 million subscribers, and I'm just like, why have I never heard of this person? Like how is that possible on YouTube is so vast that somebody with 3 million subscribers has never showed up on my feed.
So the algorithm, what you watch normally and people who you watching.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I get a lot of channels that are million plus that I've never come across my feed.
And I don't get that because like I start watching that person, I'm like, I like this content. Why has YouTube never showed this to me before? Like I don't trust the algorithm.
Hear us. Humpty Dumpty's, I can't herd you all.
I can't hurt you all.
He said, thanks, I heard you all.
Oh, okay.
Up above that, he says, I can't herd you all.
I think it was a him problem.
But yeah, I mean, the thing about it is that, like I says, if it ever turns into a job, I'm done because I got 2 jobs already. I don't need a third.
I agree with that. I'm kind of like I'd like to push harder. Like I even told a buddy of mine that helps me out with a bunch of stuff. I said right now, and this was when it was really climbing, and now it's kind of bottomed off, I guess you could call it, from where it was. I felt like I needed to just take 2 weeks off work and just do nothing but film and put out longer format videos and change some formats and really just kind of send it. But I was like, you know what? If I do that, it changes how I feel about this whole situation. And I'm not going to take off work just for YouTube.
Yep.
Like, I don't care how good it's going. I'm not going to do that.
Mm-hmm. Smart.
I just feel that's too much of a commitment.
No, you're right. It's like a lot out of you. I've been took month breaks from YouTube before, from all that editing and getting film, and you know, there's a lot of sacrifice at YouTube too when you actually start doing long videos. Because I mean, you talking about you do 2-hour edits on a short, you start doing them long ones consistently. It's a lot of sacrifice.
Well, here's the crazy part. So it's not so long that it takes to edit it as much as I'll edit, and then I'll watch the whole thing, and then I'll edit again, and I'll watch the whole thing, and I'll edit
Not
again.
me, brother.
So I've went through 7 passes on the same video, and I'm not editing out stuff that even makes sense to people. Like I'm cutting out gaps between words that are milliseconds long.
That's what I watch a guy named Flair.
Yep.
If you ever watch a channel named Flair, you will understand what Dudes is doing, and he's huge.
Exactly. I've watched so many creator series where they tell you if there's a gap in words, cut it out.
Really?
Constant and consistent
I
content.
fumble all the time, so.
Huh.
If there's a gap in words, so like if I'm saying a sentence and I pause for 4 seconds and then I start talking again, I need to get rid of that 3 seconds.
Remove it. Constant flow. That that millisecond loses somebody's attention. Just boom, they're gone.
And it's
Which
true.
is the exact reason why I don't basically worry about getting monetized, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, if you watch the bigger channels and you watch their videos, seriously sit down and watch it, not for the content, just watch how they build it.
Yeah.
You will notice they have 0 pauses anywhere in a 40-minute video.
Right.
I pay more attention to it because the ones that I watch, they all hover around 100K plus, but they have gaps and they be like talking, they be saying and this and that.
Yep.
But
And that's a struggle too. You want to stay away from just anything that's a stutter, walk away from it, because people automatically lose the ability to respect you when you say stuff like that. If you're a bad speaker, they're going to be like, I don't want to listen to this guy.
yeah.
Oh, dude, and people are harsh, man.
Yeah.
Woo!
Jesse.
Even if you think you did good, they'll find a way to ruin you.
It's a much more enjoyable hobby, Jesse.
That was hilarious.
Hey, I would retake that a lot.
Unless you're
Lots of edits. Oh,
unless you're a fluffer, then yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm into the story.
And the only secret I found was the whole reason I think I was supposed to come to YouTube. First of all, yes, to network and meet everybody, which I would have never had a chance to meet any of you guys without this. But the thing that got me was that invention that I've made. Because somebody that I knew got their car stolen, it pissed me off. So I wanted to find out, okay, how can I stop somebody from doing that? That has made me more money than I will make probably in the next 5 years of YouTube. Guaranteed, hands down.
Wow.
But it's
That's
networking.
That's why everybody
amazing.
does. You do merch for that reason. Nobody's making money off YouTube. They're making money off merch.
Right.
I wouldn't even do merch until you're over 10,000 at least.
Yeah.
Like, all the videos
I wouldn't even say merch. I think it's the other businesses outside of YouTube that they're leveraging
Correct.
through their actual
So-
social media platform.
This guy that has almost
Right.
200,000 subscribers runs this Galactic Armory channel. He makes life-size 3D printed figurines of comic book characters, game characters, Star Wars characters. You know, something that people buy and spend an insane amount of money on. And how would he have ever been found before that if it wasn't for YouTube?
Yes, it's a marketing platform like
Yep.
no other.
But to go back to, you know, the people you meet and stuff like that. So, you know, like me and Sublime, we went down the Ford Takeover, and that right there was probably one of the best experiences I had from YouTube. Just going down there, meeting all these new people, meeting all the guys that are, you know, creators down there and stuff like that. Whether they got 1 subscriber or 1 million subscribers, everybody treated each other the same.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that was the same when I've met Zay. We were out there. I think I met you 2 different events, but doing the YouTuber call out stuff.
Yeah.
Man, it was like meeting a big family because all of us struggle with the same shit, have the same issues. It was so much fun, and
Facts.
I mean, most of us are goofballs, so it was a good
for
time.
sure. It was
Really good time.
That's why
I
we're
remember
doing
you with that turkey leg, bro.
Oh yeah, that was good as hell.
I love was.
Well, for me, like prior to me doing this YouTube thing, I had never even had Facebook. I'm not a social interactive person. I'm very closeted, keep to my own space. You know, I don't deal with people well. I'm an abrasive personality to a lot of people.
I like
and-
to call her social butterfly.
Yeah, but the more and more I deal with people, the more and more I realize it's a me issue for sure. Like I can be respectful to people, but at a younger age, I used to be very abrasive. Like if I didn't like what somebody said, I'd always be very confrontational with them, and then I would get mad that all these people had a problem with me, and then after a while, I'd be like, maybe I'm the problem. So I'm finally getting back into being a little more social through this, and it's really helped me out a lot in every way because these lives, these things, you know, 4 years ago, I would have just been sitting in my garage, and if I didn't talk to anybody for 2 weeks, I was happier that way.
That's the YouTube has a tendency of doing too, though. So don't be too
Little
hard on yourself.
Spark, hang
It's
on
a
a
growing
second.
process.
Hang on a second. Zach, Little Sparks is actually Destroyer 1320.
Oh, there he is.
There you go.
Little spark.
No, I had little spark plug on there because there was a joke on my meme show that I did, and your rapper name was Lil, and then whatever part on your car you just changed. We had little windshield wiper, little 410 gear, it was funny. So that's why I was little spark plug.
Little power steering.
Interesting.
I'm about to replace an alternator, so maybe a little alternator.
Little valve stem cap, which is already little.
Here's the best part because I insure a lot of vehicles and everything's really expensive right now. I've been insuring less, so I've had less to drive because I don't want to insure them right now, so they're just in storage. So like yesterday, it was yesterday, alternator went out on the little beater car I drive every day. My wife's off in Detroit, so her vehicle isn't here. I got my pickup, but it needs a steering box and the shocks broke. And I got 2 other pickups that I'm loaning out to other people, so I don't have anything else in the driveway except for the Galaxy, the Camaro. None of that stuff's insured. So I'm sitting here like, I own 40 cars, and I have nothing to drive right now. And that's when like that depression sets in. Like, what are you doing with your life?
I have all these cars, and I can't go anywhere.
Exactly.
Do I throw a plate on it and risk it?
Like, and we bought a Ranger tonight, so I don't know what.
Could you
You can't
imagine
say
if you're
Ranger. You have to say it's a freaking Ford Ranger.
fucking Ford Ranger?
I actually made a short about it because it's pointing out the fact that everybody goes Ford Ranger America. I'm like, that's a Mazda, right?
What's up, Sabino?
Yeah, my first car had I drove that through our high school, a stick shift too. That was a fun truck.
Could you imagine
What
if
is it, a
dudes who
B2000?
Yep.
You imagine if dudes and wrenches ordered an Uber and the guy comes up by to pick him up and he sees all his cars and be like, "You ever think about getting one of these running?"
The worst part is I got the Impala, but I don't take that anywhere either. It's licensed, drivable, but I'm not driving that to work. You know, it's like
Oh shit!
I wish I could appreciate that car more and drive it more and be okay with it. Like I envy you, Sublime. Like let's drive and go get something, leave my car somewhere. Do you ever leave your car somewhere?
Dude, that thing has been outside hotel parking lots. I cringe every night I go to bed.
Yeah. No way.
Yeah, but trust me, I get lucky because like at Ford Takeover, me and Mob kind of parked together, and he had his F-150 down there, so we used that as a shield. You know what I mean? So we were able to, But probably the biggest fear I've had is catfish. When I went to the Tuner Galleria, I had to leave my car overnight in a building in Chicago, and dude, thank God I had the Ford Pass app because I'm like checking that thing every half hour. Just make sure it's in the same location. Niggas still, yeah, I know. I have a big phobia of leaving my car alone. Huge.
So what about you making fun of me?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Bubble boy.
Bubble boy, because you put your car in a bubble overnight at a hotel to try to avoid dew.
Really? I want one of those bubbles.
There you go. They're badass.
I would love to do that with mine.
If I had a bubble, I'd be doing that. I'm just
so I call them Bubble Boy.
I ain't gonna lie, I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's dew. Sun comes out, you wipe a rag, it's gone in 30 seconds.
Oh man, the
Plus,
Impala
it protects
doesn't.
your car from getting scratched.
No, you got to use the right rags.
So here's the thing about the Impala, and I sound crazy when I say it because it's a 4-door hardtop 66. It's not like some super unique car, but it is because there's none left. Like there's none of those cars left, and there's definitely none of them with 21,000 original miles and the original paint and the original. So it's like it's only original once, but I'm not going to put it on the shelf and act like it's a Matchbox car. I drive the dang thing. But I do get scared of like leaving it in a parking lot because I'm like, if somebody scratches this, I'm gonna have to kill them. So
I did it once when I had my 1320. My wife and we went to a casino and parked it in the parking garage.
Yep.
An hour into us hanging out in the casino doing our thing, my phone beeps. It's a message on Instagram, and two dudes, one with a Vet and one with a Mustang, are parked on either side of my car taking pictures in front of it going, Where are you at? And I'm like, thank you for parking next to my car because I don't like people parking next to my car. I parked it at the end, so only one person, I was very particular, but it was kind of fishy what they were saying when they were, where are you at? Well, how long would it take for you to get here? And I think they looked at my channel and went, oh, shit, this guy's the guy who invented shit on how to stop people from stealing cars. I was like, go ahead, man. Try all you want. You ain't getting shit.
The scariest part is that, you take your car to a store real quick because you got to stop in here and get something. So you park all the way out in BFE.
Yeah.
And then you come in and you got the biggest piece of crap parked right next to it.
Always.
Yeah.
So I always go back to this story, and this is what makes me paranoid about classic cars. So my dad's always been a classic car guy. He's built some beautiful cars over the years. Used to go to shows growing up. So he had this really nice 56 150 built small block, jet black, minimum trim, just lowered, beautiful 56 Chevy. People didn't like him much. He had some beef with some people in town. There was always he used to street race, so a lot of issues with certain people. And he went into like is an auto store or something like that. And he'd go out and he'd hang out with some of the guys in the back that would, get free parts or whatever. So he was in there for about 2 hours. Car was parked on the other side of the building where nobody was going to go near it, blah, 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 blah. Goes back out there. Somebody had stopped, taken a log chain, and beat the living shit out of that car. Just,
Are you kidding me?
Destroyed it. Every panel on it was dented. Every window was blown out. I mean, just tires were flat, destroyed. And my dad never figured out who did that. And maybe he did and didn't say it because that person's dead now. I don't know. But
maybe that's the smell.
I remember being a kid and having like how mad he was and how upset he was and having to go pick that car up on a trailer and watch it sit in the garage destroyed. And it's just like, how do you get to this point? Like, what happens that this transpires?
No.
But there's probably a reason why he never told you who did it, because they're probably not nowhere around anymore.
Well,
yeah.
See,
they're probably in pieces in a couple states.
There's two significant stories I tell about my father. And one of them is the one time I watched him fight some people. Now, my dad is flat-footed and dyslexic. So he wasn't allowed to play sports. He's a big guy, and he wasn't very literate. So he was made fun of growing up. So my grandparents, like the very intelligent people they always told him, don't get picked on. You pick on others if they want to pick on you. So they put him in karate. They put him in taekwondo. They put him in all this stuff. He knew how to defend himself. There wasn't ifs, ands, or buts about that. And I remember we used to do dirt track cars all the time. And he used to pit for my grandfather. And we used to haul the dirt car. And we pulled out of there, and I was like 8. And we were in a full-size Suburban. My dad just got done restoring, painting. And there's 6 guys. My grandpa used to cheat. Okay? We won. We cheated. That happens. So you got guys that are a little butthurt about that. And they're yelling at him like, oh, you bunch of cheating scum, blah, blah, blah. You know, we should have claimed that motor, blah, blah, blah. And I remember sitting there, and somebody chucks a beer at this Suburban. Boosh, bounces off it. And my dad kind of got mad. And then a couple other guys start throwing shit at it. You know, then it was just free for all. You know, things pinging off the truck. And he just puts that thing in park, just wham, stops, dead right in the middle of this driveway, people behind us. And he looks over at me, and he goes, lock the doors as they get near the truck. And he steps out, and he says, if there's more than 4, bring a weapon. And he pulls out this big old mag light from underneath the seat. And I watched him walk over and level people, just dropping them and just hitting them and just going after everybody. And everybody started scattering. And he just got back in the truck, didn't say a word, and we drove away. And I was just like,
shit.
I was like, all right.
I got a story like that similar because my oldest brother, he had a Lincoln Town Car, and I'll never forget this. And these guys in a Firebird kept messing with him.
Yep.
So he pulled over to the parking lot, and they pulled over to the parking lot with him. And he told me, lock the doors and don't let nobody in.
Yep.
So I locked the doors, and he got out, and he whipped these 2 guys out of that Firebird. When he come over to the car, I wouldn't open the door because he told me not to let nobody back in. I was just a little kid, and I was upset and crying, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm not letting you in the car. There's something wrong with you.
Yeah, you know what the worst part of it is after that? I've never crossed my father. I've never given him any grief. I seriously watched him do that as a young child. Now, you know what? I'm good. I don't have to. I have all the respect I need for my father right now. I don't have to prove myself. I'm good.
Life is great as long as I don't get hit with a flashlight.
Yep. And you know, you look at that situation and you go, I don't know why your car got bad up, Dad. Maybe things. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe it's a reason. Who knows?
Who knows? I don't know.
That's funny.
And the worst part is, you know, my dad's older now, and he is a completely different person than when he was in his 30s. You know, now he's like the coolest, chillest guy, and he just doesn't care about stuff. Yeah, exactly like that.
Was it a man like
oh, those things are
Yep.
beef.
It was
I got 2 of them.
exactly like that.
Oh, yeah.
Metallic blue.
Well, you know, my dad was the same way, though, but he wasn't that big of a guy. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, some guy owed him some money one time in a bump shop, and I was probably about 12 or 13 years old. We stopped, and my dad said, stay in the car. And I stayed in the car, and I come back out. My dad, his shirt was kind of ripped, and his pants were kind of ripped. And threw the money on the front seat of the car. We got in the car and left. Guy paid him.
Well, see, the second story I always tell about my dad, I went into a little shop that had a 51 Ford shoebox trailer in front of the building. Right on the windows, there's a nasty little 51, primer gray, all beat up. It said $300. And I was young, haven't bought that many cars. So I was like, oh man, $300. It already had a Chevy 350 in it, Ford 9, a 4-speed. And I was like, that's a good deal, $300 if it runs, you know. I can flip that car. Go into this old guy, say, I'll give you $300 right now. And he said, all right, come back with a trailer. I gave him the $300. He gave me a little slip. I come back to pick it up. When I come back, the windshield's cleaned off. And I go in. My dad's with me to help pick it up. And I go, okay, I'm here to pick up the car. He goes, well, you got the rest of the money? And I said, I gave you $300. He goes, that windshield said $800. I said, the hell it did. I gave you $300. He goes, that's a deposit. It's non-refundable. So if you don't have the $800, you can leave.
Oh, wow.
So he's just thinking I'm some dumb kid, you know, just coming to get this car. And I go back out of the truck and I tell my dad, I said, I don't know what this guy's problem is. I'm pretty pissed off, but I don't know what to do. And my dad's like, just sit in the truck.
Bring me the flashlight.
Yeah, he goes in there and he comes back out and he goes, load that car up. I said, what'd you say to him? He goes, you don't need to know what I said to him. That guy never came out of the building. I was just like, okay, all right, we're loading up the car. Never.
We got the title.
Yep. And I was just like, all right, well, that's lesson learned right there. And the worst part is now, like I watch my dad, and he is so non-confrontational to everybody, and he'll tell you the same thing. He says, as you get older, he said, none of that stuff matters.
No.
Well, and as you get older, you just ain't. You don't heal.
Don't care.
No. It goes back to that thing I tell everybody as I get older. I say, ain't as good as I once was. I was good once.
Yeah.
Well, when you get up in your 50s, trust me, things change a lot.
Yep.
Shit, I'm not even at 50 yet. I'm getting close to it. And I leaned over, putting new header gaskets and spark plugs in that freaking Dart. I stood up and almost fell down because my lower back had it was gone. It was gone.
Well, I tell you, I could pick up a 302 or a 350 and set it back to a pickup truck when I was younger, and I wouldn't even dare try picking.
Yeah, I remember in my 20s when I used to lift weights all the time. It wasn't a big deal to grab a short block and just grab it by the grab it, throw it up on the bench. It's like I look at short blocks now and go, I'm gonna need to go get the engine hoist, get some straps. Like I don't know why I ever did that before. That was
no, same here. But like I said, I worked in a junkyard, so I mean, I was always grabbing that stuff. Transmissions, I'd pick them up, set them back in the truck, no problem.
Yep.
No more.
I remember I used to break stuff all the time, so like I was really good about always having something broke, like broken arm, broken ribs, broken. I do stupid stuff all the time where I just do everything the hard way just to prove something. I don't know. And like now looking back on it, I'm like, man, it would have been nice if I wouldn't have broke all that stuff at a younger age because I'm not feeling the greatest anymore. Like, I remember I used to do we did a lot of farm crap. So we'd go into old corn cribs and we'd stack bales. So you'd run stuff up a ladder. And then, once you'd start getting full up in the upper bins, then you'd climb onto the outside of the bins and you'd kind of walk along the rafters to get over to another bin. Yep. And I remember running across those rafters and just trying to keep up with this conveyor and stacking bales. I remember falling out of those rafters and hitting about 3 rafters on the way down and just slapping the pavement on the bottom and just getting up like, I'm good. And it's like now, back, I'm like, I probably should have died. Like that wasn't good.
I got scars. I got scars, man. We had a rope in the hay barn, in the top of the hay barn, and we'd swing on the rope back and forth because it was the rope that actually ran the clamp that would pop out the end and grab the bales and bring them up. And I'm swinging on this thing, having a good old time, and the rope breaks. I went right down the chute.
Oh man!
Landed on a cow stanchial. And it ripped my leg, the inside of my leg, and stopped right at my sack. I have a scar about that long on the inside of my leg to this day.
I can kind of feel that right now.
Man, I was sitting there, looked like, is everything still there? Am I good? My shit hanging off the no. It was bad.
What's up, Vader?
Yeah,
it had to have been about a 10-foot drop.
I wish I never done, but I used to go out and party all night long, and I'd come in that junkyard, man, and I'd be 3 sheets to the wind. And my dad said, "You have a good night last night?" I'd say, "It was all right," And he'd say, "Do you see that trailer over there?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "The 40-foot trailer?" And I says, "Yeah." He goes, "See those tires?" "Yeah." Start putting those tires in that trailer. About 2 hours later, buddy, I was sober as
no get out. See, I learned that lesson the hard way. I used to do roofing and siding and gutters. And I used to just get real messed up and then come to work the next day like, I'm good. I'll just burn this off. Yeah. And then you try falling off a roof a couple times. And you're like, oh, man, I don't think I'm good enough to be on a roof today.
Dude, it's working on a roof with a hangover is not a good combination.
Slip that 1 foot, slide halfway down a roof, and you go, oh, yeah, we're good here.
Oh, no, my uncles ended up buying a scissors truck. So we chuck all the shingles on the scissors truck, and then the scissor truck back in and go up to the roof, walk off, and you just chuck the shingles on and go down. I was like, oh, thank God. So I hated using a ladder.
Yeah, I'd carry shingles up a ladder all day.
All day.
That was what I'd do. That was my job, just carry shingles up this ladder. And I remember that was the first time I ever got dehydrated and actually got heat exhaustion. I wasn't drinking enough water, and I was hungover. So I'm carrying these shingles up the ladder. And I remember going up that ladder about 4 steps and just falling backwards off the ladder with a thing of shingles. And just landed on the ground, and I don't remember nothing after that. And it was like, okay. And then like about 10 hours passed that I don't really remember much of. And I remember sitting there with my dad. He's like, keep drinking that water. And I'm like, okay. And And I was completely out of it. Like, it was like, yep, I exhausted myself and just blacked out.
Yeah, baby. Text it to you.
It's tough, man. I drank a fifth of Ouzo and I don't know how many beers. My 21st birthday. I walked inside the yard, man, and my brother-in-law was sitting behind the counter, and he looked at me and goes, "You're gonna puke." And I puked. Tastes like black licorice, man. It was horrible. I was sick for 3 days.
Oof.
Yeah,
Don't miss that.
There's a few alcohols I don't drink anymore for that reason.
Yeah, that's the last time I had a bad hangover. I had drunk some stuff. I was sick for 3 days. I was thrown up for 3 days, and it was ridiculous. I went to work on that Monday. Head was still spinning. I said, man, I'm never getting that drunk again.
No, it ain't worth it.
I stopped drinking for almost 11 years because I got drunk enough one night. I got in a fight with a guy, got some more drunk after fighting a guy, and then blacked out and woke up in a different state in a different city 150 miles away. And I don't drive drunk. That's always like a big thing to me. I don't get in a vehicle and drive drunk. It's like one of my golden rules. Like, I lost so many sets of keys because I get drunk and throw them somewhere. Like, this isn't happening. Buy keys, you know. Yep. So I look outside this apartment, which I've never been in, and I'm like, there's my car. That didn't happen. How did I get here? And I'm going around this apartment. Like, I've never been here. I don't know whose apartment this is. And like, I have no idea. And then come to find out, the woman who owned the apartment, she had to go to work, so she left me there. She drove my car back to her home apartment 2.5 hours away from where I was because she was tired of waiting on her friend. So she took me home to her home. And I had no idea any of this transpired. So I was just like lost because I'm like, I don't know where I am. I don't know where my stuff is. I'm in a weird place. So she finally comes home to me, like sitting in her apartment, like, I don't know you. And she explained the whole deal, and I'm just like, cool. Where's my keys? Because I have now missed work. I don't have any idea where I was even at. So,
oh, shit.
Dang.
That's what it was like. Maybe better life decisions.
That is crazy.
The Incredible Hulk type stuff.
Was at a bar one night. A buddy of mine told me, he goes, "Hey, man, I don't care what it is, but the first girl that asked me to dance, I'm going to dance," because we were all drunk and it was like past midnight. And all of a sudden, this lady come up to him, and I swear to God, dude, she looked like a tomato. She had a red shirt on with a green lace thing around it. And I swear, she was just round. And he got up and danced with her. Next thing you know, he's gone. Oh. So everybody's like, "Where'd Tony go?" You know, I said, he must have left with that girl, man, because we ain't seen her since he walked away with her, you know. So he just left, and everybody went home. And so about 3 o'clock in the morning, my phone rings. "Hey, you got to come get me." I do. He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I'm on Michigan Avenue in Howell. Come and get me." So I said, "Okay." So I get my clothes on, and my wife's like, "Where you going?" I says, "Well, I got to go pick up Tony. I think he's in trouble." So I get over there, and here he is. He comes running out behind the gas station and gets in my truck, and we're driving down the road. And I said, "What happened to you?" He goes, "Man," he goes, "I told you I was going home with the next one. I was dancing with the next one." And we got to her house, and she pulled her wig off and pulled her teeth out, and we had a party.
Oh.
I said, lower your standards, raise your average.
That's crazy.
You're actually telling me this. He goes, "Yes, I am."
Dude, you don't tell stories about mopeds, man. They're fun to ride. You don't want your friends to see you riding it. I'll tell you that.
I used to work second shift, so I'd get off at like 2 in the morning, whatever, after a shift. So I had a lot of buddies like drink. So at 2 in the morning, I'd get a lot of calls like, "Hey, you off work?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're really drunk. Can you come drive us somewhere?" So I'm like, okay, cool. I go pick my buddy up. I leave my truck there because he refuses to leave his car at this party or wherever the hell we were. So I just leave my truck there. My truck was a little piece of crap, so we take his nice car and I take him home. Now, he lived with me, so he had just moved in like 2 weeks before. He is so drunk. He's like, "Drive around downtown. Let's play my subs real loud. Let's piss people off." I'm like, "No, we're not doing that. We're going home." Like, stop being an asshole. And he was always willing to fight everybody. Like, he's a little jerk, little sawed off some bitch. But we get back to the house, and there's 2 flights of stairs, like 2 landings up to the house. So I go up to the house and I open the doors because I'm gonna have to drag his ass in. He's all passed out in the car, and I'm like, "Hey, you don't want to sleep in your car? You're gonna throw up in your car." He's like, "No, I'm fine." I'm like, "No, we're gonna get you out of the car." So I go up there, I open the doors, I get his room all ready. I'm like, I'm just gonna drag his ass up there and throw him on his bed. I'm trying to be a nice guy. I go back out and I look down at the 2 flights of stairs, and the door is open and he's gone. I'm like, oh shit, where's he at? And I can hear yelling like 3 houses down.
Oh God.
And I'm like, oh man, what'd he do? He stumbled down the street and went up 2 flights of stairs to somebody else's house. And it's 3 in the morning now. And he is beating on this door. Just, let me in the goddamn house, you sons of bitches, you locking me out, and just freaking out. Like throwing a, and I go up there and I grab him from behind, full Nelson. I'm dragging him, and he's like, get off me. And he's trying to fight me, and he's swinging at me, and he's just like, you're gonna let me in this damn house. I'm like, this ain't our house, man. We gotta go, and you can hear lights coming on. I'm like, we gotta go. So I wrestled him and drug him across this yard, got him into the house. I throw him in the front, and he's like, see, I knew you guys would let me in. And I'm just like, yeah, we let you in, all right, you son of a bitch. And I think back, and I'm like, what if their door would have been unlocked? Like, that door would not have been unlocked. Would he just be in there sleeping, and I'd be looking for him? Like, he'd be fighting somebody for their bed, Like, get out of that bed, that's my bed.
That's funny, man. But I had a buddy of mine like that too, Mark Quinn, man. So we go to the Topless Bar one day. I'm going to be nice and call it a Topless Bar. And we're walking in there, and he looks at this bouncer. I'm telling you, Mark's probably about 5'5", just a little dude. You know what I'm saying? But he'll fight anybody. He looks at this bouncer. He goes, I'm going to go in here. I'm going to have a few beers. I'm going to come back out here, and I'm whipping your ass. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. Let's go. So we go in there. Sure enough, he has a few beer, and a buddy of mine comes in there, and he sits down with me, and Mark's sitting there too, and all of a sudden he gets up and walks away. So a few minutes later, I asked my buddy, I said, where'd Mark go to? He goes, I thought he went to the bathroom. I go, oh, shit, here we go. So I walked out there, opened up the door, and here he is out in the parking lot fighting this dude. The bouncer. So I'm like, I just shook my head, shut the door, walked back in there. My buddy says, are you going to keep getting his ass kicked out there? I says, he asked for it. Let him stay out there and get his ass whipped. So my buddy went out there and broke it up. I wasn't going to do nothing. I was going to let him get his ass whipped. He asked for it.
No, they have to learn somehow.
Exactly.
See, I made friends with a guy that I didn't know him when he was a semi-professional MMA fighter. And he actually trained with a lot of the really big guys, and he never made it. He was kind of too old when he started. But, I mean, I wouldn't fight him. I wouldn't mess with him ever. He's just a guy you don't mess with. But he doesn't always come off with that appearance. He's always very cool and calm and collected, but he's very willing to fight people. They just don't know it. So he'll let somebody talk a bunch of crap, and then he'll just very nicely be like, well, we can go outside. And they'll be like, I'll go outside. Come on. And then takes them outside and usually drops them in a couple punches and then just like props them up, makes sure they're breathing and walks away, And I remember he got arrested one night because this guy got all drunk, got in his face, and he's just like, let's go outside. Guy goes outside. He lets the guy take a couple swings, and then he just lays him out. Props him up, makes sure he's breathing. He was all worried about it because he's like, I hit him right in the wrong place. I was really worried about his breathing. And I'm just like, really? You beat up a guy, and then you were just worried about his well-being. So he waited for the cops to get there because the cops got called and all this stuff. And he's just like, this is where I hit him. We need to call an ambulance. I don't think he's breathing right. And the cops arrested him for assault. And the other guy was like, he sucker punched me. And, it was like this big deal. And he's like, he literally stayed there to make sure you made it to the ambulance. And he got arrested. So to make sure you were okay.
Yeah. Like the nicest ass whooping you can get.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're sitting in a bar, and I got a buddy of mine he trains MMA fighters and stuff like that. And this guy's $130, but he's all muscle. You know what I'm saying? And so he does taekwondo, judo. He does a couple different. And so these guys come looking for him. They actually came looking for him. They wanted to fight him. 3 of these guys, and they were like 6 foot tall.
Nice.
And he's like, maybe 5'7", you know what I mean? He's just this little guy. And so there's 3 guys out there. We go out there. So he come out there, he goes, all I want you to do is watch my back. I don't want you to do anything. He goes, I'll take care of the rest. So I go out there, and sure enough, 2 guys hit the ground, and the 3rd guy starts running across the street.
So,
Nice.
We had to go to court. I'm telling you, we had to go to court with this guy. And we went up there in front of the judge. And you know what the judge told those guys? You got exactly what you deserved. You went looking for it, and you got it.
So I got a crazy fighting story that was unexpected. We went to it was a Christmas party. It was when we were younger. We didn't have families, actual Christmases. And unbeknownst to us, we had a buddy that he was what you'd call a womanizer. He slept with anything that moved. His motto was, lower your standards, raise your average. So he didn't care whose wife you were, whose girlfriend you were. He dealt with that on the back end. So he slept with a guy's girlfriend, didn't think nothing of it. Well, he didn't know the guy. He just, whatever. He was a womanizer. So we get invited to this party. The guy works with him. So we get invited to this party. We go over to this party. It's 3 of us and like 12 guys there, maybe like 2 girls. It was a real sausage party. So my buddy's getting all drunk. He's getting all tore up. All these guys keep feeding him drinks. Everybody knows him for being a fighter and a womanizer. And they're like, hey, man, you're so cool. And then all of a sudden we realize, as 2 other guys watching this happen, we're like, this party seems really weird. There's a lot of people with a lot of weird hostility here. Well, this guy got a couple other guys that he had also slept with their girlfriends. So this all started coming together real quick. We're like, I don't know what to do here because we're definitely outmatched, and I don't want to be on the wrong side of this. But he's my buddy. So when it started to pop off, and they started like, "Hey, we got you now, bud. We got like 10 guys here that want to kick your ass." We're like, "This isn't really cool." We got like 2 guys standing there like, "You guys get on this. We're gonna kick your ass." And we're like, "Well, I'm gonna help him if he needs help, but I'm gonna let you know right now. Good luck." I watched that man get jumped by like 4 dudes and get pushed into a corner with a Christmas tree and watched him tear a Christmas tree apart and beat people with it. And it was just like, I don't think this is going
Merry
the way you
Christmas, mother.
Yeah. And this was one of those fights where everybody's just hitting each other and getting tired. Like nobody's even like you're watching this go down, and I'm like, I don't think this ass whooping went the way you thought it was gonna. And at the end of it, was just like, you guys need to get out of here, and we never want to see your faces again. And my buddy's like, we done? Let's keep going. And I'm just like, dude, you're pretty bloody. Like, I don't know if that Christmas tree was really the thing to fight with, but it was pretty fun to watch.
Great story.
Yeah.
Oh,
And we
man.
just rolled out of there, and it's like,
Whatever works, right?
yeah. You roll out of there, and then you go, why am I your friend? Like, it seems like you get us into more trouble than what this is worth.
so
Yeah, I had an interesting story, and it wasn't fighting, but it's about being drunk. My buddy and I had lived in a house together. And he ended up being an MMA fighter, nothing to do with fighting, but it was years and years ago when PlayStation first came out, and we're sitting there playing like one of the Metal Gears or something, drinking beers, hanging out, and like, oh man, it's close to midnight. Before the pizza place closes, let's get a pizza. So we call, and this guy shows up at the door to hand us the pizza. He's fucking hammered. He is ripped, like hardly could even get the pizza or take the change. He's out of it. So we take the pizza, we give him some cash. We're like, all right, have a good night. We shut the door. We're sitting there. We start playing again. All of a sudden we hear, what the fuck was that? We opened the door, and you had to walk up 3 steps. There's no railing, and there's a bush on this side and a bush on this side. And all you see is shoes hanging out of a bush. Like you see the bottom of his feet sticking out of the, and all my buddy did goes, dude, you are toe up in the bush. And he shuts the door. I was like, oh my God.
Bye.
You got toe up in the bush, man. You're out.
Look. So we're at our graduation party, Buddy of mine's got this graduation party going on and this and that. And his name's Jamie. And he comes up to me and he says, Gary, man, you got to take me home. And I said, why? He goes, I got to use the bathroom. I says, dude, just use the bathroom here. He goes, man, there's a line. I can't wait. You got to take me home. I said, man, I ain't leaving. So I had been drinking, you know. So I don't know, probably a couple hours later, we're leaving, and his girlfriend comes, and it's cold outside. So his girlfriend comes up to me and says, hey, man, I can't find Jamie. I said, well, maybe he walked home because he told me he had to go to the bathroom. She goes, well, maybe he did. So we walk out of the house and everything, and I looked over outside in the bushes. He's laying with his pants down around his ankles, fetal, like caught up like a baby with a turd hanging out of his butt.
Didn't make it.
Oh, dude.
Didn't make it. He was passed out, man.
Sleeping half
Golly.
shit.
I ain't never been like that before. That's crazy.
Yeah, buddy.
But I'm going to bed. I got work in the morning.
Hey, get some sleep, man. What are you doing?
Passing out on live.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Thanks
Next
for
thing you
coming.
know, a bug will come hit that microphone, wake you up again. Shit. It's good to see you, Zay, man.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Nice seeing all y'all for sure.
Glad you're doing good, man.
All righty.
Later.
So, Vader, why can't is it? You says this is scratch. Can you wet sand it out, or and buff it out, or what's the deal, or is it all the way down to the primer or something?
I think he said it's on the back bumper.
That's what he said on the back bumper. But shoot, if it's not, I mean, they want $1,300 just to paint the back bumper. I'd try to wet sand it and buff it out.
Can you wet
Shit'll buff out.
I'd be buying a bumper sticker. You know, maybe something says "Go Nader" or something.
There you go. Go
Are you
Vader.
supposed to wet sand, or are you not supposed to wet sand plastic bumpers, or does that matter?
No, it's painted. It's painted.
Okay.
Yeah, it's clear coat your wet sanding anyway.
Okay.
I mean, if it's down to the bumper, then you're done either way.
Yeah.
You gotta paint it. Something.
Yeah, if it's down to the bumper, down into the plastic, and that's a different story. But if it's
Just
just
start flat black in other pieces. Match it up.
That's when you bring in some filler, sand it down, repaint it.
all right.
Yeah.
Salty, what's going on, buddy?
Oh man, nothing, just sitting here listening to y'all tell stories.
Stories.
It's story time.
Oh, Salty's got stories. I guarantee Salty's got
I
some.
got a lot of stories, but shit, we ain't got that much time.
You want to get
27
into
years on the road in a tractor trailer. Trust me, I got a lot of stories.
you got in a weird pooping story. I got a weird pooping story for you. We're going
I don't
this
think I can
track.
top the one Gary just told.
Oh, I got one. So, my buddy used to drive a 64 Impala 3-on-the-tree 4-door post. He used to beat around that car all through high school. It was his baby. It was a piece of junk then. Well, he decided, man, I gotta take a shit. Like I'm not gonna make it. So bails out of his car around the shoulder of the road. And like he said, he goes, there's so much in me. I had to like duck walk it out. This is the story. So he's squatted down on the side of the road, duck walking, pooping on the shoulder. Just
Oh my god!
right as he's doing this, state trooper rolls up.
Oh no!
So he's like, I don't know what to do. He said, I had to keep going. He's like, I had to keep going.
Yeah, once you
I
start,
couldn't
man.
pinch it off, you know. So here he is, squat car.
I'll finish it.
Yep, lights going. He's over there duck walking down the shoulder, just letting her have it. Stands up, puts his pants up. He's like, "Oh, sir, it was an emergency." I don't know. He starts trying to explain himself, and the cop's like, "You better kick that off into the ditch."
That's a pretty nice guy.
And he said, the cop didn't say anything else. Got back in the car and drove off.
Well,
He
the
goes-
thing about it is they can't give you a ticket for that.
Well, you know, I don't know who was more ashamed, like him for
Yeah,
doing
okay.
it, the other guy watching it. Like, you know, what do you?
They can give you.
It's
They
just
give you a
all
ticket
wrong.
for pissing on the public, but they can't
Public
give you.
indecency.
They can't give you a ticket for taking a shit.
Public
I don't know about
indecency, dude. Yes, they
Dude, I
can.
don't give a shit what you say. Trust me.
I know
They
for
cannot give you a
peeing,
ticket for taking a shit.
they can, because
Yeah,
they'll
for
put
piss-
you on,
yeah.
they'll put you
Being
on
in
the
public,
report.
yeah, they can. But taking the shit, they can't give you a ticket.
Like he said, he goes, that shit was as long as his arm. So he was like, it was needing to happen, period. And when you see it, it looked like it was a medical emergency.
I like that medical person. That's hilarious.
Oh, that's funny, man.
No,
Gary, you working tomorrow?
Are you working tomorrow, Sublime? Evidently not. You're up late as hell.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty much taking tomorrow off.
What
Yeah,
is
I
it?
got to work tomorrow. I got, but I work afternoon, so that's the plus side of it. That's nice.
Oh, you're good then, Gary.
It should still only be midnight there, right, Sublime?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's 1:08 here.
Yeah, like I said, my wife's in Detroit, so she's an hour, so it'll be 1 o'clock there.
Your wife's in Detroit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Well, Rochester. She keeps telling me it's not Detroit, so I keep telling her
Well,
it's
it's
Detroit.
above Detroit. It's about 40 minutes from where I'm at.
It's Michigan, regardless, right?
She keeps making a point like it's not Detroit. It's not Detroit. I'm like, okay.
What did she fly in? Metro Detroit Airport?
She drove there from Iowa.
Oh, did she? Okay, yeah.
Yep.
No, yeah. That's about 40 minutes from where I live at.
Oh. Yeah, I asked Karma. I'm like, hey, do you have any places you'd know of that were good places? And he said, oh, yeah, he gave her like a couple steakhouses or something to go look at. I didn't know you were that close.
No, I'm closer than Carmot.
Yep. No, she's got a big medical thing, seminar thing she's got to go to for the whole week. So
You stuck at home with the kids by yourself, huh?
yeah, that's about it. She doesn't trust me with things, but I don't know.
Barbecue Mike says that's a 14-hour drive.
Yep. You know, the weird part is, so from where we're at, she's like, oh, it's a 12-hour drive. I'm like, so like a 15. And she's like, nah, I'll do it in 10. I speed. And I'm like, Google lies. Google lies. Took her 15 and a half hours to get there.
Really?
Oh, dude. Any long distance trip I make, if Google says it's 8 hours, if I limit my stops, I can chop 40 minutes off that time.
I never can.
But
So
the
it's
thing
not-
about it is that once you start getting up to where she's at right now, dude, there's a bunch of traffic.
Oh, yeah. She said construction was just killing her.
Construction's horrible up here right now.
Damn, Sublime, everywhere you go, dude, you're driving 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, there's
Because she probably would have came up through 94, then went up 275 to 696 area. And once she got over that way, it's horrible, man.
See, I get after her because she's got this little GMC Terrain with a little 2.24 cylinder. She's like, yeah, it's doing like 90. I'm like, you shouldn't be. That thing's not built to do 90.
Didn't you guys just buy an Explorer? I mean, not an
We're
Explorer, but a Bronco?
on a waiting list for a Bronco. Good
okay,
luck.
okay. You're still
We keep
on the
going
waiting
after
list,
the
okay.
Ford dealership owner about that, and he's like, I can't get them.
I get you a Bronco right here.
Hardtop?
Yeah.
Oh, we can't get a hardtop.
Yeah,
We can get right
Gary's
here.
got connections, buddy. He
If
can get-
she's here, if she wants to, I can get her over here in Taylor, Michigan, and get her taken care of right here.
Because we special ordered one with all the bells and whistles, and they're like, we can't get one like that. I'm like, well, that's bullcrap.
Yeah, we'd probably go to Taylor right here. They probably got one on a lot.
Yeah, because she was like, she literally said that. She goes, I'm going to Detroit. Who do I need to talk to at Ford? I'm like, that's not how it works.
Yeah, no, if she wants to check with Taylor, let me know, and I'll let them know. And then, you guys want the 4-door, the 2-door?
4-door, hardtop, whatever the, I don't want to say Baja, but
You want the one with the tires and everything?
Sasquatch. Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Sasquatch package. Because if you go higher than that, you don't get all the off-road stuff, and you can't get all the fancy stuff with the off-road stuff. And
Right. But yeah, you should go right here to Taylor Ford. I'm sure, or one of the dealers around here will have it because they got Broncos up the butt around here.
that's crazy because they don't have them here, like at all. And if you do see them, they're all soft top 2-doors.
Really.
Yep.
It's like 2011 when the Coyotes first came out and the Mustangs. I had to go to Cincinnati, Ohio to get one of those because I couldn't get one here.
And see, the only part we're sticking with the dealer that we have here is we personally know him, and he's like, you get it through me. He said, we'll make it right on the price and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay. Or yeah, we already probably would have gone someplace else and bought one, but
Well,
he's
shit,
still waiting.
can't
Well, if
dealers,
they-
can't
if
dealers
they-
pick it up from another dealer, though? Can't they go through and make that exchange?
But see, the thing about it is, though, Salty, these dealers are getting crafty, so they're jumping up the prices on them to do that now. See, before they couldn't do that, but for some odd reason now they're doing it. So if this dealer buys it, so it's MSRP for $62,000, well, the other dealers say, okay, yeah, I'll give this to you because we can't get them right now, but it's going to cost you $65,000. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they don't make deals for each other.
Well, I tell you what, these dealers better hurry up and make all they're gonna get because they fixing not be no more dealers.
Yeah, the CEO for Ford came out and said,
Yeah, did
I'm
you see
done
that
with
video?
dealers. Yeah.
I posted
You
that.
guys are price gouging, and I'm tired of it.
Yeah, I posted that video in our community chat thing on Facebook.
I did see there was upcharges on like an $86,000 F-250, and they're charging $97,000 for it.
Yeah, hold on. I got the link. I'll get you the link right here and show it to you. So for anybody
But
who wants to watch it.
But you know, they're getting ready to build a place to make the chips down here in Indiana now.
Yeah.
So it passed. So, you know, Pelosi and all the, you know, UAW people, they had to pass that. So they're going to build a chip house down here, you know, for the chips down in Indiana.
And see, I've looked at a lot of new cars. I haven't owned a new car since 06. That's the first time I bought like a new car off the lot, and I bought a Jeep. I don't know why I did that. But now don't look like that, Destroyer. It was not a good Jeep. It was a Commander, and you shouldn't own one of those.
Oh yeah, no.
There's the link right there.
Sorry for your loss, because there's no way you won on that.
No, it was all lost. Like, that's so upside down on that thing when it got wrecked.
Yeah, for anybody that wants to watch that, watch the CEO say what he said. There's the link right there.
Yeah, I got it. But there's still going to be some dealers, but there's going to be very few.
Yeah, I mean, but
some of the bigger dealers are going to be
Ford's going to put the damn hammer on their asses.
Well, that's good to know. Because, I mean, that's the only reason why I went with Ford and we ordered a Bronco. Not because my wife wanted one. She wanted one. Or she wanted a Jeep again, which, no.
No.
But I got her talked into the Bronco instead of the Jeep. But that's essentially the kind of vehicle she wanted. And I got her talked into the Bronco because she knows the guy who owns the dealership. We can get a better deal on it. And the maintenance program he has is awesome. Like, I don't have to do anything. And I'm tired of owning new vehicles that I have to maintain.
Oh, hell yeah. That's why you buy them with a warranty. So you don't have to touch it.
If something comes up and you guys can't get it from your dealer, then let me know, because you can fly right here in Detroit, a Metro Airport, which is like 2 minutes from me, and I can take over to Taylor and get you hooked up.
Yeah, because it'll be almost a year we've had that thing on order. And like, why did we do this? Like, I'm half tempted to just go buy an Explorer. I don't know why I'm stuck on Ford lately, but it's just, I spend a lot of money and I feel like I get the best service with Ford. It's not about the quality of the vehicle to me anymore, because I feel like they all have defects. It's just, if I can trust the company I'm buying it from to fix it, that's who I'm going to go with.
Yep.
But you know those new Jeep pickup trucks, the 4-door Jeep pickup trucks they got now, what they call the Comanches
Gladiator.
Gladiators. Look, man, those things are freaking awesome.
Yeah.
But they're
built.
Yeah, but
they don't drive like the regular Jeeps, man. Salty. These things
they got a longer wheelbase.
Yeah, but we got a bunch of people.
It's a truck
around
with a Jeep body.
We got a bunch of people that has them around here. We got like a big Jeep group that rides around here all the time.
Community.
Hey, real quick, I just want to answer Mark's question. Mark, I saw those pics. Dude, if that bumper's got flake in it, odds are you're probably going to have to repaint that whole bumper to get that right. I don't see any other way of touching that. Now, if it was flat, if it was black, just gloss black, sure, probably, but not when it's metallic like that. That's going to be tough, man. That's why metallic is tough. I've had when I had the Roush, it was metallic. It was my first metallic car ever. I'm glad this one's not.
Metallic, pearl, chameleon paints.
Yeah.
Pearl's a motherfucker, dude. You cannot fix that. You got to repaint the whole car.
Process, yeah.
That's probably why they're charging so much to do the bumper, because of the pearl.
Yeah.
Call my guy though, dude. Tell him I sent you over there, Mark. He might be able to give you a better price.
But anyhow, go ahead, Salty.
I had a 36 Ford coupe that was pearl red, and it got scratched, and they had to repaint the entire car to match it.
But what were you talking about, the Gladiators?
Oh, there's a big group around here. I don't know. They probably got, 300, 400, 500 guys in this group. They ride around here. They do big shows over at Atlanta Motor Speedway and all that shit all the time. And all those guys, a bunch of them went out and bought those new Gladiators. And all those guys say they're the biggest piece of shits they've ever bought. Literally, I'm not joking.
They're not a truck. That's the thing. It's like, if you want a truck, they're not a truck.
Yeah, the guys up here, dude, love them. And we have the Jeep, we have the Bush Jeep and everything up here, these guys. And these guys says that's the best Jeep that they ever drove.
Yep. Longer wheelbase makes them better off-road, and you can still use them as a semi-truck.
That thing my daughter had, that 4-door thing my daughter had, was the biggest piece of shit I ever had. I had to make her get rid of it.
Well, I owned a Commander,
And what
and
makes it so bad?
I lifted my fancy Commander and put big tires on it and lights and all the fancy stuff. And then a Toyota Camry cut it in half, and they gave me half of what it was worth. And I went,
Shit.
I will never own a Jeep again.
Right.
Oh, I personally will never own a new Chrysler. Nothing against Destroyer, but I'll never own any kind of new Chrysler.
But you know,
Hey, it ain't hurting my feelings. It's an LS that's in it. They just call
if
it a
something
Hemi.
comes
Built
up,
by the same
I buy
guy.
a lot of cars through this dealer. A lot of their cars for their trade-ins and stuff, and that I buy all my new cars from them too. And they treat me so good over there. They gave me when I bought my 21 Mach 1. They gave me my extended warranty. Didn't charge me a dime for it.
Well, that's my thing is I'll buy a Nissan, I'll buy a Honda, I'll buy whatever you got. If it's 4 wheels and it drives down the road and it's comfortable, they're all going to break. I just need to know if I'm giving you 30 grand for something, I can bring it back to you and say, fix that. And you're going to fix that. And around here,
I agree with that.
Our dealerships around here suck. Like, there's a few of them that like something breaks and they'll just have your truck for 6 months. And it's like, that's not an option.
And where you say you're at?
Ours
Either
are
Ohio
terrible.
or Iowa? Which one are you in? Iowa.
Yep. I work for a company and we've gone extensively into Dodges for fleet vehicles, so Rams. And they had a 6.2 Hemi in a 1-ton 4-door. It's like Ram Charger, kind of like what you have, Destroyer. And it had a tranny issue right from the gate. Had a tranny issue. Like had 20,000 miles on it, and the tranny shells out. And they take it into them. They put a brand new tranny in it, or they fix something in the tranny. Put 5,000 more miles on it. Tranny's not working again. So then they order a brand new tranny, put a whole new tranny in it. It goes another 10,000 miles, takes the tranny out again. And at a certain point, the company needs to be like, you just need to get us something else. Something's going on in there. This thing's eating transmission. Something's built wrong.
Right.
Yeah. Like
then
something besides the transmission is the issue.
Exactly.
Claim Limalaw or something. Give me something different to
so
drive.
the dealership's just like, well, we're going to try a bunch of stuff. They've literally had that truck. I drive by that dealership every day to go to work. They have had that company truck now 6 months. Still haven't given it back. And it's like, what are you doing with it? That's literally an $80,000 truck just sitting there that the company can't use because you guys won't fix it.
And they're still paying payments on it.
You know, it's funny though, because like you said, they all break. A buddy of mine, he bought that TRX, the 700 and some horsepower TRX. Dude, he loves this truck. It's the best thing since sliced bread to him.
Oh yeah.
Our other buddy bought one and completely has nothing but trouble with it.
Yeah.
The exact same truck.
My brother's got a brand new Honda Pilot, and within 2 years, it's already had 3 transmissions, like 4 different torque converters. On a brand new damn Honda Pilot.
Well, that's like my GMC Terrain that I got for my wife. I got it when it was 1.5 years old, so it wasn't new, but it might as well have been. You know, it had 20,000 miles on it when we got it. They'd put about 10,000 miles on a year, average miles, nothing crazy. We got it with nothing wrong with it, so we thought. It had a warranty. It had everything. I took it to the GMC dealership because the all-wheel drive stopped working after 1 year of owning it. Whole dash lit up. Total, like, what the hell is going on? I didn't service the vehicle because it was under warranty. I took it to the dealership to get the service work done. I'd never really looked at the car other than check the oil. So when I took it down to them, they're like, oh, I don't know what you ran over or what happened. This harness in the back got tore up by something, and we're going to fix it, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, does the warranty cover that? They're like, warranty doesn't cover it because obviously something happened. It's not a defect. The harness got hurt. I'm like, well, do you warranty your work at least? Oh, yeah, we warranty the work. We fix it. It breaks again. We'll fix it for free. And I actually did a video on this on my YouTube. It's out there. So it's an old one. I took it back in at 1 year after they fixed it, not ever looking at it myself because the same problem came back. They fixed it again. 6 months goes by, happens again. I take it back in. I said, hey, you keep fixing this and it's not staying fixed. I don't know what you're doing. I think you're doing it wrong. At that point, I got underneath it and started looking at it. The wiring harness is butchered. Like they got underneath there and we're putting connectors on connectors and little chunks of wire in there and not even weather sealing it. And it just kept going to crap. I took it in there knowing everything that was wrong with it. They charged me every single time they had to touch it. I had almost $1,800 in repairs in this thing.
No
Wow.
shit.
They refused to warranty their own work because they kept claiming, well, it's a different part that's broken. It's a different part that's broken. That isn't a part we fixed.
Different part of the wire with the
Yeah.
Scotch lock on it.
Exactly. So I finally took it back to them and said, you're going to fix this and not charge me. They inspected it, did some more shitty repairs, and said, we're not going to charge you this time. And I said, it better not break again. Like, I'm mad. Like, this isn't happening again. I wire stuff for a living. Like, I know how wrong this is. And I priced with them then. I told them, I said, what does it cost just to get a whole new harness installed in this thing? And they said, harness front to back, no splices, it's going to be $4,800. And I'm like, screw you. That's not happening. And I apped it out of that. I said, fix it. If it doesn't stay fixed, I won't come back. It didn't make it 24 hours because I had pointed out they had done all these splices wrong, not weatherproofed them, not anything. So the guy went in there and he soldered all the connections instead of, crimping them. They all went to shit. I went back in there and I said, I want my money back. I've given you this much money. Nothing's been repaired. And this is ridiculous. I'm going to tell everybody in the world, never come back to this dealership again. And they pretty much told me, you don't buy cars here. We don't care. Get the hell out. We'll call the cops if you don't leave. And they had no care in the world. I said, I'll never buy another GMC again from you. And you're the only place in the area I can buy one. So that just screws me on GMCs. And the worst part is I went back home, rewired that whole vehicle myself, replaced all the bad harness, heat shinked it correctly, sealed everything correctly, made all the splices inside the car instead of under the car, did a whole video on it. And it cost me $130. If I would have just done that to begin with, I would have saved myself so much time, money, and energy. And I'm sitting here like, this is why I don't buy new cars. This is why I don't go to dealerships.
I never go back to the dealer. My car when it was new, never. You'll never see me again. I used to work at dealerships. I know the game. No. I had a recall on the timing chain. I had a 2010. First Challenger I bought was a 2010. Had a recall on the timing chain. I said, well, all right, I don't feel like ripping the whole front of that thing off and putting the timing chain on. So I brought it in. Car's fine. Drive it every day to work. Bring it in, get a call. Yep, your water pump's bad. I'm like, you sure? Yeah, water pump's bad. I go, that's interesting because it wasn't leaking before I brought it in and I couldn't hear a bearing. I'm sorry, anybody who knows a car, either you hear a squeal from a bearing or the weep hole let go, kind of how you know. Nope, it's bad. Okay, so go ahead and do it. Authorized it. I was real mad about it. And I said, you're going to hold the old part and you're going to give it to me when I come in.
Yep.
I got there. They wouldn't give me the old part. Oh, I don't know what happened. We don't know where it's at. They gave me shirts and glasses and all this shit. And I'm like, you guys are a bunch of losers. This is why I never bring my car to a fucking dealership. I went off, dude. Like in front of there was 20, 30 people there. And I made a big old scene on purpose. Like, you guys suck ass.
Yep.
Earnhardt. Just saying.
Well, the worst part is the same GMC dealership. My company truck's a GMC. So it goes in for service occasionally at the dealership when our fleet mechanics can't work on it. So I remember when I told them at 68,000 miles, I said, this thing needs its tranny service. And they're like, no, it's good till like 110. I'm going to tell you right now, I beat the living snot out of this thing regularly. I haul way too much weight. It's overloaded 100% of the time. It needs a tranny service. That stuff looks like mud. So one of the fleet mechanics pulls the dipstick and goes, oh, yeah, this is burnt. I said, yeah, I know transmissions. Kind of grew up around them. You might want to get that service. Either we can blow it to Kingdom Come or you can service it. So they sent it over to the dealership. And now I drive this thing through cow pastures and everything for my job. So there's mud all over it. I don't keep it clean or nice. It's not mine. So they take it over to the dealership. Dealership does a tranny service on it. They bring it back. My buddy works as a fleet mechanic for our company. I said, I hate that dealership. I don't even know why you take it to them. And he goes, yeah, I hate them too. They really screw us on a lot of stuff, overcharge us, blah, blah, blah. I said, I bet money. You check right now. I bet they didn't even pull the pan. And he goes, how would you know? I said, I don't clean it. Look underneath it. That pan won't be clean. And he goes, the fluid looks new. I said, I bet they sucked it out through the dipstick and they just put new fluid in and said they serviced it. Sure enough, he gets underneath it and he goes, this pan's never been touched. He said, you can see the original factory markings from the torque marks on the bolts. He said, everything's dirty. He said, they didn't take this pan off.
Yeah,
so he took it back over to him. and told them, you didn't take the pan off this. We know, we're a fleet shop. And they said, oh, sorry, we messed up. You know, we didn't know it was a full service request. I'm like, what do you mean? That's what a service is. Like, you can't just leave the filter in it. like, like, don't make excuses. So they actually did it right. And they pulled the pan and put the filter in it and everything. And I told my buddy, I said, when you get time next, like another 10,000 miles, whatever we can do, if you guys have more time, I want this serviced again. So about 20,000 more miles goes by. He pulled the pan off himself and he said, this is the original filter. He said, all they did was drop the pan or make it look like it was clean. And he said, they never serviced this thing even when we told them to.
No shit.
And I'm just like, God damn those motherfuckers. I mean, it's like, what are they out? You know, like, how much are they out when they're paying a guy to touch it anyway to not just do the work?
See, that's the thing with my dealer that I deal with up here. If you take it in, they'll bring the filter out and show it to you.
Yeah. Well, that's our Ford dealership here. My buddy goes there. My wife
Put a new
knows
one
him.
back in it. I mean, I get a whole bunch of different service here at this dealership.
So this is why I like the Ford dealership I deal with now. I don't have a Ford yet, but I do deal with them because I had a 2010 F-150 I was working on for a guy. And the, not the ECM, but what runs the ABS, the computer that runs the ABS, PCM, power control module goes out. Okay. But you can't just replace the power control module. It has to be programmed. Okay. That's not something I can do. I don't have all the computer shit for that. So I send it in. I get one ordered online. They match it. They send it back to me. It was super cheap. It was like $200. I get it. The company that did it for me didn't put the VIN number in right. They fat fingered it. So when I throw it in the truck, it throws an engine code. Everything works. But the engine code is saying invalid VIN. Didn't match the ECM. So I'm like, shit, what do I do? They're like, oh, you got to send back the computer. I'm like, well, you took the old one. If I take the computer out, the truck doesn't run. The truck ran with a bad PCM before. It just would go into lit mode every once in a while. So I'm not sending this back to you. I've already waited 2 weeks. I'm like, so they refunded me. They were really good about it. They said, we'll refund you. But the dealership was quoting me like $1,000 to have this PCM fixed. And I'm like, that's not what we're doing here. We wanted to fix this for under $300. I take it down to the Ford dealership because my wife knows the guy. I drive the truck down there. He said, you don't need an appointment. You don't need nothing. Just go in there and tell them I sent you down there. So I drive the truck in to their service lane. I'm going to get a quote. I'm going to figure out what this can cost. I walk in. I said, hey, this guy sent me down here. And they're like, well, you're not on the schedule. I said, well, he just told me to come in and tell you. And he goes, who again? I gave him the name. They're like, oh, they make a call. The guy says, yeah, just park it right over there. We'll have it in the next 15 minutes. If you want to wait, they're over there. I said, no, I'm not going to wait. Take whatever time you need. He calls me back in 45 minutes and he says, your truck's ready to go. I said, well, I forgot. What's it going to cost? No charge. We fixed the whole ECM for free. He said, it's all good to go. Have a nice day. And I'm like, this is why it pays to know people. And this is why I'm going to go to this dealership no matter what.
That's it. Dealerships are just a scam now, man. If you don't know somebody, if you know somebody, you're good. If you don't, I don't trust them. I don't trust them.
That's why everybody's like, why would you buy a new Ford? I said, it's not about buying a new Ford. It's about buying it from a place that's willing to work with me no matter what.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Ford usually does have good service departments. I'll say that about it.
I've never had a new car that I took back to the service department and had any luck. None.
Well, see, we had there's a Nissan dealership, and my wife's aunt bought a Nissan Maxima that had 10,000 miles on it. It was barely a year old. She bought it used. She went down there. She paid cash for it. It's a good deal. She got it home, and she sat on for about 60 days, and they didn't give her the title up front. They said they were still processing it. So she came back to him, and she's like, where's my title? I need to license this car. It's past the amount of days I can have it before it needs to be legally licensed. And they come back with, is there any way we can get that car back for a little while? We'll give you a loaner. And she's like, no, I've paid for this one. We're done. This is mine. Like, I want this car. We'll give you a brand new one that's not even a year old, no mileage, less options. And we'll take that car back. And she's like, that's not happening. And she's like, I need a car to drive because you sold me this car that I can't license their title. And she found out later that they had took it as a trade-in and didn't realize there was a lien on the title.
Oh, shit.
So then they couldn't get the title because they had already given a new car to the person that traded it in. So then they were trying to go after that person for the payment on the lien. And what ended up happening, she got a lawyer and said, "You're going to give me this title. I don't care." And they finally ended up paying off the lien themselves and giving her the title to the car. And she's never taken it back to them for service because she's like, they're going to rape me on service for what they had to pay to get me a title. So she's always been afraid.
They'll get their money. Yeah, they'll get their money.
She's always been afraid of them.
Real Nation, do you live in Winder, Georgia? Or you live close to Winder?
See, after that incident, I said, well, I can't go to the Nissan dealership anymore because like I can't even trust them to get valid titles for cars. That's kind of illegal as a dealer.
Checking them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's all the stories of Carvana nowadays and all these, slot machine freaking car dealerships they're calling them. I mean, nope.
Slot machine.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah, see, I live in Georgia too, and I bought a car from Atkins Ford before, and they're actually good people.
And then our Chevy dealership, they were selling a used Silverado that was 2 years old. My buddy bought it. We did some work on it because it was having shifting problems. We found out that it was transported from another dealership from down south after a flood, and they had ran a bunch of new electrical in it, swapped out the ECMs, like did a bunch of work to it. But when you actually looked in the computer, none of its VIN or information in the computer matched the truck.
Oh, well, I'm scared.
Dude.
So they could tell that all the electronics were pulled out of another wrecked truck, and they sold this as a used truck on the lot, claiming there was nothing wrong with it. And what we found out is the transfer case and the rear end had been full of mud.
Oops.
Oops.
Dude.
No more of that dealership.
Nope.
Like, I just keep checking them off the list. Horror story, horror story.
It's
I got
really
that
ridiculous,
I have up there. It's a 16 at 45,000 miles. It threw a rod that ended up bending itself and then screwing up the entire motor. They basically put a whole new motor in it at 45,000, and it's got 130 something thousand now. So that second one's running actually still good.
Is that a Chevy V6 you said?
Yeah, it's a 4.3 V6.
Yeah, the needles fell off. Yep. I had my neighbor right down the street had bought one, and same thing happened.
That's what's in my company truck, and I have an engine light right now.
And you have a what?
I have an engine light.
Oh, go ahead, dude.
I have an engine light on right now, and they've checked it, and they say there's a pressure relief in the oil press, or the oil cinder, or the oil pump, and it keeps getting stuck. So my engine light comes on because of extreme oil pressure, is what the note says on the dealer thing. And it literally runs at 80 pounds of pressure all the time, even at idle.
Wow.
And I'm just like, that's probably not good.
Red line. Oh.
Yeah, because the thing is I'll crank her out to $6,000 just to go down the interstate. And I don't know what the oil pressure is because the gauge stops at 80. But I know it's well past 80 because when you get out of it, it takes it a while to come down.
That's probably bury the needle.
Yeah, too much oil pressure sometimes can be a bad thing.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that 4.3 to just give up the goose someday.
But you know what? I've had a bunch of vehicles, a bunch of S10s and stuff like that that's had 4.3s. Man, I tell you, to me that's one of the best V6s Chevrolet's ever made. That damn motor is.
Well, here's the funny part.
Serious balls, man.
So the 4.3 is exactly everything as the 5.7 liter. They literally just cut
it's the same thing as the 350.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Just cut off two pistons. But here's the one that people don't know about. So the 5.7 liter Olds diesel, which was essentially your 5.7 liter Oldsmobile motor, they cut two cylinders off that thing and made the 4.3 liter diesel V6. And they actually ran that thing in the early 80s. It was garbage, just like the Oldsmobile 5.7 diesel.
I tell you, the 2.8 V6 they had was a piece of shit.
Well,
no, come on.
Oh, man, I've had a few of those too. They weren't worth a damn.
We took more diesel out of those Cutlasses, those 5.7 diesels out of those Cutlasses, and replaced them with 350 Oldsmobiles, then you can shake a stick at.
Well, here's the best part. You could actually take the diesel motor, and the lower block is the same. They only changed the upper end.
Oh,
so
really?
you can actually take a diesel 5.7, put a different upper end on it and a different oil pump, and boom, you got yourself 5.7 Olds.
No shit.
Yep.
Learn something new every day. See, that's why I like you, dude.
That's one of the things that I noticed is dudes is having fun and making these short videos, but you're teaching people. And most of the people who watch shorts are kids. Sorry, but they are.
But here's the worst part.
You're teaching
Some of the
kids.
worst comments, because I deep dive. I'm a stalker. I'll say it. So when somebody makes a comment on my thing and they're a troll and they just have a troll account which has nothing to it, that's like whatever, they're a troll. But when somebody makes a comment on my account and they are another YouTube content creator, that's when I'm just like, are you serious right now? Like, you do get that, like, you're not helping anybody by being an a-hole here. Like, you're just being a content creator that's an a-hole.
Well, that's where I go back to. My brother has the funniest thing ever. If anybody ever calls you, like, you get scam calls, I'm waiting for one to show up on my live.
Oh yeah, you had one on your live.
I didn't do what my brother had done though. Okay, let me give it to you. So I think, are you still in the wireless industry, dudes?
I am not.
Or similar? You know about it though.
I'm in communications.
So he always gets, just like me, gets these scam calls.
Oh yeah.
Do you want a job? And his thing is he plays the God bless game. The God bless game is you answer the phone, how you doing, God bless? And you say God bless before everything and after everything that you say. Dude, it is the funniest damn thing ever. Well, God bless. How? I don't know if I want to work there, God bless. So now somebody leaves a shitty comment, all I reply is, God bless. I'm not being a dick, but I'm kind of being a dick.
And that's what I do. I'm just like, oh, nice comment, I guess. Thanks for commenting.
You know, 20. Really, that's not bad. 2,500, because some of these dealerships are overcharging for those cars like crazy, man. So 2,500 really ain't that bad. What package do you have though? You have the base, or do you have the handling package? Because Mr. Gary down here in the bottom left on the screen, he's got a new Mach 1 as well.
Hence the Mr. Mach 1.
And the dude up there in the top with the little green car, oh, don't worry about him. He just got a shitty ass GT500.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to see here.
Yeah. It's got more Carfax reports than damn a monkey's ass.
You don't want this smoke, bro.
Who's somebody infamous here? It's got a rap sheet longer than Al Capone. There you go.
It's basically the same package you got, isn't it, Gary? On yours, the elite package.
I don't have the elite package. I got the handling package.
Oh, so there's difference. Okay, I just assumed that is the handling package. I didn't know.
So many large packages.
I wouldn't know when you hunt.
They're all in my face. What?
I wouldn't know that. When you hunt like a flea, you don't get involved in those conversations much.
He's got the leather seats and stuff like that.
Said he had the Recaros.
Rich.
Yeah, he got the leather ones.
Oh, okay.
The cushy ones?
No, the ones kind of like yours, Sublime.
Oh, okay.
Kind of, but they're Mach 1.
Gotcha.
He has the mahogany dash with rich Corinthian leather.
Oh, God.
I can't believe it. Did you move to Kennesaw for a job or something? Good God, the traffic up there is like fucking murder.
What commercial was that for that he said that for? Do you remember, dudes?
I don't.
That was for the Chrysler Cordoba.
Yes. And you had the word rich in front of it. The Chrysler Cordoba with the rich Corinthian leather.
Oh,
yeah, I don't even know what that's from. I've just heard people say it.
Yeah.
That's what it's from. I had one.
I YouTube searched that video, that commercial. Oh my God, it's hilarious.
Here's my only Cordoba story. This is how enamored I am with cars mentally. I'm like Rain Man, and it's sad. I've read a lot of books, and I've read a lot of CarCraft, and I've read a lot of things. I've never seen a Cordoba in my life. It's never something I've gone to a car show and like, look at that Cordoba. It's just not common around here. Not something I pay attention to.
It's not common around too many places.
So I remember we were cruising through a parking lot, and my best buddy looks over. He's like, man, look at that Monte Carlo. And out of the corner of my eye, I see the back end of it, and I said, that's a Chrysler Cordoba. And he goes, how do you know that? I said, I don't know, but that's a Chrysler Cordoba. He goes, looks like a Monte Carlo. I'm like, nah, it's Chrysler Cordoba. He goes, how the hell do you know that? And he got out of the car and he walked out and he goes, God damn it, it's a Chrysler Cordoba. He goes, How? I go, I don't know. I've seen some somewhere at some point in my life, and my brain does that.
Mine does with taillights and headlights.
Yep.
Like, doesn't matter day or night. I can go up. That's that.
Yeah.
Even new cars now. Except
And then
there are a couple of new Kias or some shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Is that a spaceship? That's not even a car.
Those Cordovas, I've seen those things. I've seen those things rust like no tomorrow, dude. It's like they rust more than any vehicle ever. Matter of fact, they even stopped calling them Cordova and went to Magnum because they rusted so bad.
So
I had both. I had a Magnum too. I could stand the only car. Sorry, dudes. The only car in the high school parking lot that I could stand in the middle of the hood and jump up and down. And I'm like, get on your Chevy and do that shit. They wouldn't do it.
So here's the worst part about this story. The guy comes out, and my buddy's standing over there staring at this car, and he's like, he's really liking it. And he's like, I don't know how you know this is a Cordova. And I said, here's one worse. That's a 78 Cordova. And he goes, nah, you're wrong. I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure that's a 78 Cordova. And I don't know nothing about Cordovas. I've read about them enough in a car magazine to know the differences in the years, but I've never owned one, been around them. It's just something I've read somewhere. Guy comes out and he's like, hey man, what year is this? And he's like, 78 Cordova. And my buddy about fell down. He's like, how did you know that? And I'm just like, I don't know.
Side markers. There's always little.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
But that's the stupid thing is like, I don't try to memorize all this stuff, and it's useless knowledge at a certain point. But I've read all the books and I've done all the things where it's just like my brain knows that stuff, but I can't remember where my wallet is. Like, you know.
Yeah. Certain things your brain retains, regardless.
Just such useless
It's crazy how that shit works.
It's not useless because you have lots of people who enjoy your shorts. So it's not useless.
Dude, you're like, it's like you and Ford Blue. You two guys have so much freaking knowledge. Dude, if y'all really wish to use that to your advantage and use it on your YouTube channel, dude, you guys can make your channels could be crazy.
So
that's my new stick, man.
I have an idea. And I heard it earlier. We need a podcast, because what we're doing right now, if it was a podcast, podcasts are huge right now. I think everybody knows that. But if you can get a good podcast with good people and good topics, you can freaking roll. And it's not just one person doing the podcast, though. You got to have a group of people, because that keeps, like here, there's never silence right now. Somebody's always, okay, I got. I'm telling you, podcast. Throw Ford Blue and dudes in there, and just, I'll feed you questions if you need.
Wasted Talent may have talked about starting up some lives again. He just doesn't have the internet. So it just comes down to we haven't been able to do it. I'm really neurotic about doing it by myself. Like, here I am, I'm with everybody, but if I was doing this by myself, I'd just be screwed. So I'm good. Me and him have a good back and forth in a live. So that's why we're good at it. And we've gotten into these discussions about doing some podcasts together so we could edit them and just talking about YouTube and YouTube tips and things. And then just, getting really deep into like some of these trolls and these comments and really just kind of break it down. Don't show anybody's name, but actually just present it out there to where people can see, here's the negative side of being a content creator. And we're not trying to put anybody on blast or call anybody out, but it's just the unnecessariness of people to come out of the woodwork to just be an ass is just, why? Why do you do this?
That is a golden idea, especially if you just blur their name and take everybody and all of us who get nasty comments and just give them to you guys for the show. And just like I get memes from you guys, just
because I don't know how to address these people formally, because I don't want to give them time of day. But I do want to address the fact that, just like you said, it's good to give these young kids these tips and tricks with old cars.
Yeah, it is.
But I get so much negative feedback from some of these guys, and they have YouTube channels. And I just want to look at them and be like, okay, if you don't like my stuff, don't watch. I don't really care. But I just want to give you some fair advice. If you have a YouTube channel and you want it to grow, don't get on other guys' YouTube channels and make shitty remarks. Like, that's not helping anyone. That's just you being shitty. Like,
well, that's why we're not. I mean, we're all older, and I hate to say that, but we are, because the times that people have tried to get in and tried to get me to engage with them. I'm like, dude, I left high school years ago. I'm not down for that. I don't do that
Exactly.
shit no more.
Exactly.
And dude, years ago, oh shit, it was game on, and I was not stopping until blood was drawn. But I don't care no more, man. I just don't.
Well, and that's my thing is like I've had my rounds with certain people within the car community, and I'm not going to name their name because I'm not giving them the time of day. And it comes back down to I'm done with it. Like you want to come at me, but you're never going to hear a word out of me because I'm not giving you that time of day to act like you're some victim because somebody said something about you or this was said. I don't care. I'm not here to offend anybody, but if you get offended, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be that guy, but occasionally I can be abrasive.
I'm like this. If I offend you, just change your tampon and move on. I don't
Yeah.
care. I just don't give a shit.
I'm not playing the game.
I just don't care.
Oh, the nasty comments I got from setting my cup, my short where I set a cup on a rag, and when the condensation was there, I, wipe it on your neck because it's cold.
Oh, hell yeah, feels good.
I didn't read the comments.
Oh my god.
I should.
You need to quit smoking and blah blah blah, and your desk is a mess, and you're overweight, and your nail has fungus on it, your tooth's falling out, and you're this, and I'm like, are we dating or what do we do? And
I thought that was a pretty good tip, really.
I replied, I was like, Grandma, is that you?
I'm like this. If you're gonna critique me that bad, you need to come take me to dinner first. Shit.
Hey, I ain't dating, man. I've been married for a long ass time. So if that's where you're going, I ain't got time for you. And guess what? I need to quit smoking. I know that.
Well, so this is the thing. So do you delete these comments or do you leave them alone?
You put them on blast.
I delete them.
Shit,
my problem with deleting them even, and maybe this is me, like I feel if I delete them, that person's gonna be like, yeah, I got him. He hated the fact I put that comment up. Where if you just ignore them,
For me, I delete them because my channel, I'm not about negativity whatsoever.
Correct. And that's
you want negativity, go ahead and go somewhere else with your shit because I ain't doing it. I'm not even leaving it up there to give them the fanfare of having a negative comment. Plus,
you said the right
all
thing
you guys.
You said the right thing to begin with, Destroyer. God bless.
Yep.
Seriously is a great way to do it.
Take
But
the negative, turn it into a positive, and leave it alone.
And here's the best part of having so many subscribers. And I really thank the people that are coming back at some of these people. Because if I see some real negative shit where I'm like, I'm going to delete that, I wait a couple hours, and all of a sudden somebody from somewhere that I don't know comes and puts that person in their place, and they go back and forth 5 or 6 times with each other, and then it's just like, see? That's why I left that up there.
That's why I take them down, is because I got all you guys.
Right,
and I know, and let alone my brother, oh God, brutal to the brutal dude, like not cool brutal. And so I take him down partly because he won't stop. And he is Dan the IT guy for a reason. He'll like blow their computer up while they're typing, type dude. So I kind of go, all right, I not worth it. Not worth my time, not worth it. Don't get me wrong, it'd be funny, revenge, but I'm not that guy.
At some point, you're going to see a short with just me saying dudes with wrenches like a soundboard. Because I'll read you some of the comments I've been saving to pop up on the screen. Can't stand this guy's voice. He needs to stop talking. Is there any way he could change the intro? It just isn't cutting it. Dudes with annoying intros here.
Dude, all you need to do is put dudes with wrenches and then show the comment, and you talk, say the comment, and then dudes with wrenches, and then say the comment, and just have it where it's nothing but you saying dudes with wrenches over and over and over.
Yeah, and it's just there's so many comments like that that are literally just like, man, I don't know how I can get YouTube to stop showing me this garbage, but I am so tired of hearing your voice. And I'm just like, thanks for commenting. Thumbs up.
Oh, even better. There's I think a 10-minute video of a guy like singing the same thing over and over and over again. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but it popped up for some reason. Yep. Just all you do is loop dudes with wrenches and put it on as a video for like 5 minutes straight.
Yeah,
that's what I was
serious.
Thinking, 60 seconds. 60 seconds, man, because his shorts, a minute at least, 60 seconds. Dudes with wrenches, dudes with wrenches, and have it go faster and faster each time.
Show pictures of cars or whatever, but just or have your voice doing that and then show how many views you've gotten on each one of them. They'll be like,
So
Shut up.
and here's the other one. I don't know how to address this one either. So this is a back and forth that I saved. And it says, I do get a lot of people that are emailing me and texting me now that are like, hey, do you have anything for sale? We're an antique classic car house, whatever, and we'd like to buy some of this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, no, stop contacting me. It's not for sale. So then I get these messages like, hey, dude, if you're selling anything, let me know. I really like all this cool shit. Haha, I've noticed that too. He has a lot of cool shit. And then this guy, I would think all of these cars and trucks belong to his customers, or he goes to auctions and estate sales and takes videos there. I'm pretty sure nobody owns this many cars. I don't know how to address that comment. Like, sorry?
Reply and say, some people dream, some people do.
Well, yeah, like,
Listen,
it's honestly not a malicious comment.
You're trying to inspire them.
Just tell them, say, somebody's living a dream, and it's my dream.
Yeah.
Or just save a bunch of old brake pads and shit, busted rotary buttons and shit like that. Throw them in a box and ship it to these people. Say, here you go. Here's some free parts on me.
Here's
just
a piece of your dream.
Yeah. Send them a bunch of wore ass out parts. They ain't no good.
See, man, Surfer, he's like you, dude. He's got a bunch of cars and stuff like that, you know? So, I mean.
And that's why it really does blow me away when somebody comes with an honest comment like, I'll never be able to achieve one of these vehicles, or these are so unobtainable to me. And I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to tell you that it's not because I don't know your situation. But I don't feel that way.
I'm not here for life advice.
Yeah.
I'm here for entertainment.
So you got a lot of cool cars and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And people are probably a little bit envious.
Yeah, and I think that's it. Like, this guy's perfect comment. Was it factory in that engine bay to have birds' nests? Just goes to show that you don't maintain anything or appreciate your vehicles.
Say, look here, buddy. I just got too damn many to keep up with.
Now, this one's
get to
the
'em when
best.
I can.
This one's the best. I won't shout this guy out because he doesn't deserve the clout. This guy has been on YouTube for 10 years, has a YouTube channel, has like 66 subscribers, has been putting up over 600 videos. He does stand-up comedy, and he's filming a video. I went and did a way deep dive. I shouldn't even give him that much time in my life. But it's not like good stand-up. It's literally him practicing stand-up in his basement. So it's bad stand-up with him like talking in between the sets and like working out jokes. And I'm like, this is bad content. Like, you're not even being funny. You're showing yourself trying to be funny. And I was like, all right, this guy's probably mentally unstable. And then I get to this video where he's talking about the video he's been trying to film for like 5 years. And he's a filmography or whatever. And he's literally standing under a bridge talking about the movie about bridges to a camera with an echoey bridge over him. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't make this up. He's literally a bridge troll. Like, just,
wow.
He's trolling everyone's pages. And he has videos of him under a bridge bitching about how he can't be a successful filmmaker. And I was like,
that's one of those.
I'm leaving this guy alone.
Dudes.
Like,
leave him alone.
We're done here.
He's got purple hair. Watch out.
Like, somehow by the end of it, I felt bad for him and just like walked away. I was like, oh.
Oh, real troll.
You'd be kind of scared to damn put on blast. You don't know if he's going to come stab you in the night or not.
Well, that's
the thing is, but see, that's what I'm saying is that you got the cars you got. I got 300 cars, but I don't have what you got. I have part cars.
I got a lot of parts cars too.
But I'm just saying, my cars they're not older cars like you got. My cars are probably a lot later. The oldest car I got is a 78.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You know, the newest car I got over there at the yard is probably a 2010. So your content and my content and cars like that are totally different.
Yep.
So, you know, like that Suburban you got, dude. I'd love to buy that Suburban, but I know you're not going to sell it. You know what I'm saying?
I have
and a lot of people would like to buy a lot of cars that you got,
yes.
and you're not going to sell it, so they figure they'll shame you into selling it.
Well, that's just it. So I like to show the ones that people aren't going to come after me and be like, oh, look at that dilapidated piece of junk. Like, I have 2 parts Suburbans and a Suburban that runs and drives. I don't show the two-part Suburbans because they're exactly that, parts Suburbans.
Yep.
You know, so then when I did start showing some of the stuff, it's literally parts, people. I don't try to like show this off like, look at my beautiful car. No, it's rusty. It's sitting in the dirt. Like, there it is. It's a parts vehicle. And then I'd get these comments. Oh, it's nice to see you just leaving it in the dirt to rot like that. You know, tall grass destroys the frame of vehicles. I'm not restoring that. I wish I could have that to restore. Here's just some other guy keeping his stuff in a field, not letting anybody else have it. Here's the lesson, everybody. If I save a car and I stick it in a field and it sits there until I die and it gets passed on to somebody else, you having that car being out in the world does not mean it's a fully restored car sitting in someone's collection. It could be worse off than what I keep it. Like, don't think that every car that I have could have been a saved car if I didn't have it. And I don't know how to address that and tell that to somebody that gets so butthurt about me owning something.
You just ignore those
But
comments. Don't address them at all.
what I'm saying though. It's the type of cars that you own. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, what's the newest car you got?
So the newest car I own is a 2015 Train that my wife drives. Next after that is a 2005.
I'm talking about your collection of cars.
I got some stuff out of the 80s. Like my Camaro's an 84.
Okay. What's the oldest one you got?
32.
See, that's what I'm saying though. It's the cars that you got. These cars are part of history. You know what I'm saying? And so people, they want those cars. So, you know, they try to shame you. Hey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. It's
They
just
ain't gonna shame me. I was like, I own it and you don't. Simple as that.
At the end of the day, you need to have armor on.
well, and that's just
Literally
it. I
armor.
do. And at the end of the day, like, I don't get mad at these people. I get to this point where I'm just like kind of sad for them. And that's my problem is like, I'm just looking at them like, what, is it okay? Like, are you okay? Like, I want to just ask him, like, what do you need to do to be happier in life? Because obviously you're upset. Like,
Not my fault that your dad didn't give you enough hugs.
yeah,
I'm like, would you feel better if I sent you a dude and wrench a sticker?
yeah, I don't know.
There you go.
I don't want to be mean to these people because I feel like their negativity comes from a really messed up place.
No, most of it, dudes, they're just
most
jealous
people-
because they can't have what you got.
Most of
Simple
these
as that.
people live in the basement, their parents' basement, and got nothing going on except for to aggravate you.
Yeah.
Well, and that's just it. It's like at the end of the day, I want to explain to them, I'm not aggravated. I just feel bad for you. Like, but I don't know how to come off without sounding like a total ass.
I don't feel bad for them. I'll lose one damn week.
My first response to a troll was, "Hey, your mom called me. Meatloaf's ready. You need to come up from the basement."
Well,
Exactly
see,
like Mock was saying.
my bipolar brain has that switch where I could flip it and probably be banned from YouTube pretty quick.
That bitch better not put no onions in this meatloaf. I'll be pissed.
Like you don't want to know the things up here that could come out to shame someone that are probably going to make me look like a really big bully. And somehow I'm going to get hurt because I'll say something so aggressively mean that somehow that guy who's the a-hole becomes a victim.
Right.
Riley, you get ready to spend some money. If you're talking about
Well,
buying a
kill
22 inch.
him with kindness is really the way to go. The other way you do is make him respond with something that they can't comprehend. Oh, why is it rusted? It's rusted because the oxidation, because of and start going into a detailed description on how rust is made.
So I literally
You know what I
got
mean?
into
That at best. God bless.
God bless is easiest.
I stopped getting into those conversations for this exact reason. Now, we all understand how cars work here. This guy literally had to come at me with, yeah, I'd never have manual brakes on a vehicle because they are incapable of stopping a moving vehicle at speed.
Oh, really? What happened for the last damn 80 fucking years before they invented that shit?
And I was super nice. Like, I got super nice with him. And I was just like, hey, man, here's the science. Here's how many foot-pounds of pressure it takes to efficiently run mechanical brakes versus power brakes. And it's this many more feet per pound. And you actually have better control over manual brakes because less input, less output, more input, more output. You know, like I gave him all the science of it. And he still came back with, no, you're wrong. You're an absolute idiot. You don't understand how brakes work. Mechanical brakes are incapable of stopping a vehicle. And I'm like,
Well-
okay, bud, let's go back even farther. You remember the slogan, and maybe some of you do. I do, because I have a sales ad for it. The safety of steel. The safety of steel slogan was a Ford slogan where they actually ran steel cables to the brakes. They didn't trust hydraulics, okay? They put hydraulics on blast because that was not capable of stopping a vehicle. You stopped it with a cable-driven steel. Steel on steel, safety of steel. So don't tell me a mechanical hydraulic brake will not stop a car when they were literally doing it with cables and chunks of metal. They were using leather to stop vehicles.
Riley, I agree.
So
I don't sell cars with
my
nobody here.
notchback 308, 134 miles an hour down that quarter mile. Guess what kind of brakes it had on it?
Manual brake.
Manual brakes, because the camshaft would make enough vacuum.
Correct. And I even explained to him, I said, drift cars, drag cars. So many people use manual brake systems for exactly what you just said. And I broke that all down for him. And then he comes out of the woodwork with this 2018 Porsche GS whatever that has no options because it's a race car, uses power brakes. So power brakes are the only thing that stops a car. And I'm just like, what? And then I went back at him with, have you ever driven one of these? I own one of these. All right.
Sure.
And then I typed back, good day, sir. I can't change your mind. Good day.
I'd be like, I'm sorry, dude. You need to put that match spot car back on your shelf and quit fucking dreaming.
Mine would be, look, everybody, Karen's kid learns how to type.
Yeah, exactly. Who do I mail this pacifier to?
You know, and as far as like the GT and the GT 350 and the Mach 1, well, my wife has a GT 350 and I got the Mach 1. And these people argue with me, the GT 350 is so much better than the Mach 1, blah, 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 blah. And I said, let me tell you why my wife's got a GT 350. And they said, why? Because it's a girl's car. And they get mad. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Well, my wife's a girl and she's got a GT 350. So what does that tell you?
Then I would also tell them, say, look, what car did they use to replace the GT350? The fucking Mach 1, ass. It's a better car. Even Ford says it's a better car, asshole.
But I mean, it's like I says, people just come up with shit. They pull it out of the sky. One guy told me, he says, I got the Mach 1 and a GT 350 and a 500. I said, well, good for you.
Exactly. I'm glad you enjoy spending your fucking money.
I'm glad you got those cars.
Because that's definitely expensive damn dollar bills that you have spent on all three of those cars.
I just, you know, my thing is that I like what I like. You like what you like.
That's
What's
right.
the big deal?
Look, nobody's wrong, and nobody's wrong. Everybody's right because you got what you want.
Exactly.
At the end of the day,
Well, I don't know.
nobody's
Nowadays, everything is upside down and sideways. So I don't know who's right, who's wrong, and what's left or right.
You got
Shit is messed up.
You still got these people out there that think the fucking Earth is flat too. So,
Oh,
it's like you can't talk to those people.
You do
'cause
have flat earthers.
It's fucking useless to talk to those people.
You got every side of the fence there is.
So I had
think somewhere under it. Sorry,
I had
go
a
ahead.
perfect idea with that. I'm sorry for breaking you up there, but I said so. I wanted to get on there and be like, "Let me tell you some dudes with secrets. The Earth is round."
Yeah.
How dare you say the Earth is round?
Say what? Sublime?
How dare you say the Earth is round?
But you know, if you said that in a video, the amount of comments coming from those people.
Oh my god!
Oh,
I mean,
So maybe that is the podcast. We make a podcast where there is no face, there is no nothing, and we just say the most outlandish shit to piss every
that's what you
side of
should name
everybody
the
off.
podcast. That's what you. should
That's
name
where
the
it goes
podcast.
1 million views guaranteed every time.
That's what you should name the podcast. The Earth is round.
If you go to Google and search it, there are people out there that still think that the Earth is flat.
oh, they
That's what I'm
do.
saying. Has nobody ever watched like the space or anything take off? What do you see outside the fucking window of that summit? A round ball.
Have you ever been on the ocean?
That's flat.
So here's the best one. Okay, I'm gonna use this. This is a word play. We're all from somewhere in the Midwest-ish area. Okay, so Mr. Sublime, I'm gonna use you as the example. When you're sitting in your car and you're looking behind you, what device would you look in to see the car to the left and right of you?
What device?
Yeah. What on your vehicle would you use to see behind you on the sides of your vehicle? It's a side
My door mirrors or my rear view mirror? Door mirrors.
mirrors.
Hmm?
Okay. We all accept the fact that we say mirrors, right?
Mhm.
That's normal. I'd say that's normal. I don't question my pronunciation of the word mirrors. Evidently, it's pronounced mirrors.
Oh,
I've never in my life heard anyone say, check my side rear view mirror. Like
mirrors.
mirrors. I have mirrors on the side. Everybody comes on these comments like, oh, this one I'm shouting out for the mirrors. And they type MERS. Like, this guy needs to learn to speak better. He can't even say mirrors.
Hey, dude, I'm from Chicago. It's Mears.
It's mirrors.
Like Mears.
Like I sat there
Check
and
your frickin' Mears, okay?
I questioned it. I'm like, am I saying this wrong? I'm like, nope. I'm not changing how I'm saying this because of the internet people.
Don't let them get in your head, brother.
Oh,
I know you're growing crazy fast, and trust me, I've had it. The first bad comment I had, it took me 2 days to get over that. Serious. Like, I was like, fuck you, you mother. Like, I was going off in my, like, taking a dump, going, this mother, who the fuck? And I was going, does it really matter? He's the kid with the rusted out Honda Civic that doesn't run. He's eating mac and cheese every day, and his mom pays the bills. Why am I wasting my effort or time on this piece of crap? And if it was somebody who stand up, they would have enough understanding to have a real conversation with you.
I mean, it's like the Americans. You know, we say aluminum.
Yeah.
Talk to the English, it's
Aluminium.
Yeah. But I've heard that word so many times from them, and I've heard so many of those different English people say that.
I love people in different countries that are like, that's a Z28 Camaro. Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, what the hell is a Z?
Z, I guess. But it's stuff like that where it's like, all right, maybe I'm saying it wrong to the rest of the world, but the reality of it is you watched this. You obviously enjoyed it enough or didn't to come here and make fun of the fact I said mirrors. Okay, cool. Like, glad I could entertain you.
Yeah, and it's just like Canadians. You know, we say about, they say a boot.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I'm like, first time I ever heard that, I'm like, what the fuck is a boot?
A boot.
Then finally, I kept hearing it. I'm like, okay, now I know what they're saying.
So I got a good buddy who likes to sell things for too much money and ask way too much money for things. So when I see them on Facebook, because I'm an asshole, I like to post things against his insanity of pricing. So recently, his son blew up a Jetta. He put the car on the market with a blown motor for $1,300. I said, it's a 300,000 mile diesel Jetta with a blown motor. How are you going to ask $1,300 for it? So, like anything, the people of the internet came out with, I'll give you $300 for it. And he's like, nope, I'll part it out myself or haul it across the scale for that. No disrespect for you, but I'm not desperate. And there's a few offers like that. So I finally came into this chat because I saw it going back and forth thinking, man, you're asking way too much for that car. And to make people laugh, and he knows who I am, I'm not trying to be a troll. I come back with, I will give you a slightly used puppy, a Kit Kat. Also, do your kids need swimming lessons? I know a guy. $123.52 in pennies, but they're currently glued to an end table. Do we got a deal? And he comes back.
Brilliant.
That's fucking hilarious.
Without missing a step, he goes, it's tempting. Does the puppy do any tricks? I think harder.
Yeah. You tell it to shit in the kitchen, it'll shit in the living room.
I think harder if it was a Three Musketeers rather than a Kit Kat. I think I'll have to pass. I'm not into swimming lessons. So then I came back. Well, I see the puppy ate the Kit Kat. He went swimming because he got bad lessons. He got cramps and he drowned. Had to make a box out of the penny by table to bury him. So I guess the deal's off. Good day, sir. That back and forth, I only hope is a meme somewhere. My buddy did delete the comments because he never got another offer that. Just people commenting on those comments.
I was going to ask Mr. Gary, that Dodge, whatever thing is you got, I don't even know the name of the damn thing, that little car you said you bought to flip. Are you really going to sell that car for $1,500 after you get it fixed?
I'll ask $2,000. If somebody comes up with $1,500, they'll own it.
Damn.
There you go.
You must have really bought that son of a bitch dirt cheap.
This guy. Here's a good one. This guy is completely wrong about everything he just said. Guys need to stop listening to people and treating every idiot with a camera like some kind of professional or messiah, because they just aren't. LOL. Want to know things? Ask me. I'm an actual diesel mechanic, and I know how to work on cars.
Dude, I am not professionally trained at all how to work on cars. I just know what I've been taught by my dad and what I've learned over the years.
I'm professionally trained that I have to go to bed because 5 a.m. is early. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. I would sit and honestly talk all damn night with you guys. This is so fun. But congrats on the success there, dudes with wrenches. Everybody, appreciate you. Sublime, be good. Don't be stupid. No more tickets. Be good, guys.
Later.
See you later.
Take care, Destroy.
Did you actually get a ticket this time?
My thing is that I know a lot about cars. I know how to work on cars. I know I've done this my whole life, but there's still every day I still learn something new. I don't care what it is. I'm still learning something new.
That's right. Well,
and here's the best part about that comment specifically. Do you want your gardener baking your cake?
No.
Just because you're a diesel mechanic does not mean you have the adequate knowledge and background to answer any question about a classic car. There is a lot of guys that have been trained and certified mechanics for the past 25 years and have never had to pick up a timing light, have never had to tune a carburetor. Because that's the reality of it. 20 years ago, cars were all fuel injected. So it's like these people make these statements. I'm just like, I don't know everything about diesel motors. I don't know everything about LS motors or fuel injector motors or computerized motors, but I don't claim that I do.
That's right.
Well, you figure the Coyote motors and the Voodoo motors and all this stuff right now, I'm just learning.
Yeah.
I'm just learning.
And it's just negativity like that makes me go, how self-important do you think you are as a diesel mechanic that you think being a diesel mechanic qualifies you for everything? Like, because you're a diesel mechanic, you're somehow a heart surgeon now? Like, like I don't know how to approach that.
Oh, Rilla, were you? Oh, yes. At Ford Takeover, it was only an 8-mile track. I only made 2 passes, and one of them was garbage. And
read that name again, since you correct everybody else. It's not Rollo. Do you see an O in that damn name?
Rilla?
What? No, I said Rilla.
No, you didn't. You said Rollo.
No, I said Rilla.
No,
Full of shit to Christmas turkey.
Exactly what Salty's saying. So
you said Rollo, Jack.
He's tired. Come on, guys.
Yeah, tell me.
What's the old saying we got in the damn South?
He got pulled over tonight. He's stressed.
Yes. And yeah, I ran it 3 times in the quarter mile at Milan Dragway when I went to go see Gary and Karma and Funky in my call.
You have to call him Mr. Mach 1 because really probably don't know who Gary is.
I've had so many people call me March 1 today. Where in the hell is the R?
March?
Yeah.
March 1. Nice.
So dude, you really don't own any like Ford cars itself?
What?
So do you not own a Ford other than the Galaxy?
He's got a couple Fords.
I got lots of Fords. You don't watch my shorts.
No, hey, look. In my defense, I don't watch anybody's shorts.
I got F-150s. I got Fairlane. I got Galaxies. I don't own a Mustang. If that's what you're probing at.
No. I even told you. I think your Fairlane that I told you it looked like it came from the Shriner's car.
Yep.
And I think that'd be a perfect car to bring the Ford Takeover.
I really want to get that car done, but the amount of money it's going to take me just to put the front end back together. I've seriously had that car on hold for a year, And it saddens me that it's kind of an abandoned project, and it makes me mad because I was really gangbusters about fixing it all up. And then I couldn't get any of the front end parts. Everything just kind of got stuck on hold because all this COVID nonsense. And then I found out, well, I can't even buy those parts. I have to find them off a different car or convert them to a different something. So then I found all the parts I need, but they're expensive. And then, you buy 2 other projects and you start down a different path. And all of a sudden you're staring at that car after a year going, I didn't finish that one. And I don't know. I feel bad about that one because I was really committed to that project. And I've trailered off because this year's been really bad with expenses.
Oh yeah,
Everything costs more, and it's
does.
It's so disgusting to me.
But the one thing you can't do to that car, you can never paint that car. You have to leave it looking like that.
Here's the thing. I have a buddy who's a body guy, and he does paint. And I told myself, if we ever paint it, we're just going to do a better version of what it is.
I don't know if I'd paint it. I think I'd just lightly wet sand it and just clear that son of a bitch and leave it there.
Here's the thing.
The car's got a hell of a story, man.
The video that shows it isn't really out there anymore, but I only pressure washed that car one time. And when I pressure washed it, all the paint came off the front fender.
Oh, no shit.
That's how bad the paint is. And I had to repaint just the front corner of the fender with some spray paint to kind of make it right. But I do believe the paint on that car was put on with like a Wagner power sprayer.
What really got me, though, is when you went and bought the car and you raised up the hood and they had all this damn felt paper up under the hood painted and all that kind of shit. I was like, what kind of shit is this? I've never seen nothing like this.
The thing that blew me away about that, when I think back on that, it was all fabric felt glued to the hood, but it was always clean. Like, how do you keep the bottom side of your hood clean like that with fabric on it? Like, I don't know if the guy scrubbed it or what he did, but it's like,
well, it's felt paper, it's waterproof, so I'm assuming he just probably kept it rinsed off with a water hose at least.
Yeah, guy was crazy. I've never owned a car that crazy that still runs and drives.
Yeah, that car is just, that is a parade car from the word go.
Yep. And final product of that car, I think it's going to be internet famous. So where I want to end up with that car is going to be crazy. And I do want to take it to places like, Ford shows and any kind of big event, because I think it's just going to be insane.
Oh, you would never stop answering questions. You wouldn't be able to walk around looking at none of the other cars because people will be asking you, like, dude, I'm sorry, but what the fuck do you do to this car?
And that's the worst part. I took it to car shows when I first got it, and the amount of people I had to be like, it wasn't me.
Yeah, exactly.
They would come up and they'd just be like, why? And I'm like, I don't know.
It's one of those cars, man.
I had one lady, because it has EcoBoost emblems on the hood scoop. She's like, does it have an EcoBoost? I said, no, it's a 302. And she's like, you're messing with me. It's got an EcoBoost. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It's got a 302. And I had to show her the motor to get her to not think it had an EcoBoost under the hood. She's like, then why is the emblem on there? I'm like, I don't know.
Look, I bought this car this week. I said, you should see. I said, go back and watch my videos. Look at the shit I took off of it just to be able to drive it home.
It's got 289 emblems, 302 emblems, Cobra emblems. And the worst part about all of it, that car was the nicer car. He ruined 2 Mustangs worse.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. You should have seen the red. I think it was a 2003 Mustang. And he took tractor trailer marker lights, like the red lights, and he put them end to end all the way down the rocker panel and up over the wheel wells. And then he hung this big, like, ridiculous wing on the back of the car, and it was a convertible.
Oh, my God.
And then he put racing stripes that he had painted on or stuck on with some vinyl stickers just on the convertible top.
That is hilarious, man.
And I'm just like, wow, this guy was... And the worst part is his daughter or his niece inherited all this because his actual kids hated his guts. So
really?
His niece inherited all these cars, and her husband was legitimately like, I'm tired of these cars being in my garage. They all leak oil. I live in this nice neighborhood, and if I leave them outside, I get calls from the city. And he's like, I just want them gone. And his niece was just a very heartfelt lady, and she just didn't want to see him go. And she was asking ridiculous prices for him because she just wanted to keep him just for the memories of it. And I understand that some people just get really nostalgic about cars, and those cars are definitely unique. But she was asking like $5,500 for that car.
Oh my God.
And I went up there with literally $1,000 to spend. We weren't going to buy that car. It's just after talking to him and seeing the pictures, I'm like, I got to go see this thing. And we didn't have anything else to do on that day. And it was like the one time we didn't take a trailer because there was no intentions on buying anything. And we get up there and I start staring at it, and I really just kind of like, I got to buy this thing. It's just so nuts. I'm like, damn it. So I go over to the guy and I'm like, I'll give you $600. And he's like, she wants $5,500. And she's standing there and she's like, "It's no way. I'm not doing it." Well, she got all mad that I even offered that, and she kind of stormed off. And I'm like, all right, well, we're going to go, sorry for kicking the tires. And the guy's like, come here. He's like, if you make it 1,000 and just anything you got, like we could trade, maybe some boom booms and bang bangs, and like whatever you got. He's like, if it shoots bullets, I'll trade you. And I'm just like, I did bring this stack of Fleet Farm gift cards with me.
So,
There's about $400 worth of gift cards there, and I'll give you $700. And he goes, deal, get it out of here.
Oh, I bet he didn't get laid that night. I bet he probably didn't even give a shit. He just wanted the car gone.
But the house they lived in was probably a $500,000 house in a super nice neighborhood. Like, you saw these cars in that neighborhood and you were like, these don't belong here.
I'm calling the police.
Yeah, like you could tell his neighbors did not like looking at those things.
Yeah.
They were not appreciative of the classic cars.
Well, they probably are, just not ones that looks like that.
Yeah. And like, hey, I've never seen a car where somebody put fluorescent bulbs in the middle of the spark plug wires before. So
I laughed like hell when you did that shit.
Worst part is when we took them apart, he had literally cut the spark plug wires in half, stuck the electrodes on each end of the fluorescent bulb, and black taped them back up. And to me, with all my knowledge of motor vehicles, I would have never thought that up, and I never would have thought it would have worked. But those fluorescent bulbs literally lit up when the car ran, and they would sit there and flicker and spark, and the car ran. Like, how many times have we had a car that doesn't run right because of a fouled plug, and this dude has fluorescent bulbs cut into the spark plug wires?
Yeah.
And this car's running. And I'm just like, huh.
That Joker is a rolling fire hazard.
Yeah.
I think you even said that on your vehicle, like on your videos. Like, look, we got to get this off. I don't want to catch on fire and burn up on the way home or something.
That's why it got the name Fire Hazard Fairlane.
That's actually, like I said, I mean, that car's got a cool ass story.
Yep. And I love that car to death. I think it's just, and I got to the point where it's like, I could restore this and I could make it right. But at the same time, it's so crazy. You can't steal that from it. That's what that car is now.
And the good thing about it is no matter where you park it, nobody's going to steal it from you.
No, nobody wants that
car. Gary, you're muted.
Gary, you're muted. Oops.
I think you're doing the right thing by just leaving the car alone. You know what I mean?
Well, I think I'm going to do one forward. I used to drive a 76 AMC Gremlin. And when I owned that car, I just wanted to have something different. So we did a lot of crazy stuff to that car. I had neon green flames, underglows, subwoofers. It was like the Ricer version of an AMC. And everybody thought that was hilarious. I thought it was funny. And what else do you do with an AMC Gremlin? I mean, it's just what it is. And the reason I loved that car is because I had owned nicer, cooler cars. But just like my Camaro I own now, you get some people that are like, cool Camaro. And then you get these negative people that are just like, what a piece of crap. But when I owned that Gremlin, I never had any negative comments. Everybody always had something cool to say about it. Like, I knew somebody with a Gremlin. That's really neat, blah, blah, blah. And the same thing with this Fairlane. You drive it anywhere, you never get any negativity. It's so quirky and unique. All you get is people smiling, going, that's just awesome. And I would rather have that car than some super cool car that everybody wants to be an a-hole about because they're jealous or whatever. Like, I like cars that people just appreciate because they enjoy looking at them.
Let me answer Riley. My first car, my very first car was a '69 Roadrunner.
Wait, you just said Riley.
I said Riley. R-I-L-L-A.
I heard Rally.
Okay. Well, it might be Riley. Well, in my mind, it sounded like Riley or Riley.
Right.
So, yeah, look, I'm Southern, dude. We don't pronounce nothing right. That's my defense.
That's what I'm going to say. I'm from the South.
Now, like I
I'm
said,
just gonna call him Nation.
yeah, mine was a '69 Roadrunner, man. I wish I still had that car. That was my very first car.
That would be a cool one.
Yes, and it was a 440. It was a badass ride.
My very first car was a 1980 Malibu Classic 4-door with a 305. And I, sadly enough, still own that car, and someday I'll put it back on the road.
Hey guys, I hate to do this, but I'm gonna go crash, man.
Yeah, you're tired, definitely.
Well, do you know what I'm going to tell you, man? This was a great live stream. Guys, you have a great night. Sublime, thanks for having me up.
As always.
We'll talk to you all later on.
All right, take care.
Yeah, everybody have a good night, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Salty, come on. Dude, good talking with you.
Yep.
Hey, congrats on the success of your channel, dude.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Y'all take care, everybody.
All right, later, guys. All you guys in the chat, Rilla. I don't even know who's in here. My call is probably still in here. Colin, Kay, Seaman Surfer. If you guys are still in here, you guys all have a good night. We'll catch you on the flip side. All right.